拉队员这样的一个角色，去能给他进
选手这边的一个小心程度了，对吧？你小心这个监控者会不会我转头直接过来换抓你，还是说我直奔你而去？
对，你看这个选点的话，我觉得也是特意的去把教授相对来讲保护一下，对吧？他给到队友团内的一个辅助作用，让幸运儿呢进行牵制嘛，来抗压。
对的，
而且在荡绳区的话，这个上下的一个楼梯荡绳，我觉得还是比较好去牵制的。
是，教授也要由此这边去小心，因为他监管者有可能我这边抓着幸运儿，我要转头看你，再让你会一秒耳机，而且你的电型呢也确实比荡绳区那边的地形好追，那我可能转头直接找你。
对，
你要上来直接造成伤害，毕竟我上来可能先追幸运儿，幸运儿他的包裹可能会提前的去选定，对吧？你选择一个牵制的一个道具的话，那我转头再抓你这个教授，我就会很方便，而且也是利于他自己。
是的，这把监管也是携带了一手移形啊，然后底牌加满流。那求生的话，他们其实还是比较求稳的。
没错。那现在进入到比赛后面，本场对决是由 GW 的监护者对战 MRC 的求生者，由解说安将解说小木为您带来是赛况解说。
Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Saiki here, and today we are returning with Day 7 of Identity 5 competitive commentary. Today, we're going to be covering the next day, or in other words, the next section of games inside of the Chinese region of Identity 5. For those that don't know, there is a whole competitive scene at Identity 5, and today we're going to be talking about the two teams that are going to be facing off against each other, which we're going to see in a second as soon as the screen finishes loading. But if you guys want to check out these games for yourself and analyze them, you are more than free to do so on the Billy channel, which I'll provide a link in the description. But today, we're going to be watching MRC versus GW. MRC, a very strong Survivor team, has previously won Call of Abyss, going to be going against GW here. Not too familiar with them, but we'll see how it goes. And we immediately see Queen Bee round 1. As you guys know, Queen Bee has been on a dominant streak in IVL, where we might see a really nice shot here. Ooh, but this hunter misses it. So we've seen that shot before. He can actually nail that, and that was a great opportunity to get, and he didn't go for it. Right here, going to try to hit the professor, and unfortunately not going to be able to hit it. But right here, he still has a scale to use, and right here is going to perfectly block the hit with his ability. Incredible use of the scale from the professor right here. And now we're going to see him do a really good job looping this really good pallet area right here. One of the strongest pallet areas of Darkwoods. Going to eat a chip it, but honestly, that's not too bad. Queen Bee is going to run fast pallet breaking here, so she quickly deals with it. But look at how strong this kiting area is. You're just able to now use the other pallet. Almost gets hit through the pallet. The only issue with this area is that now, if you use that first pallet like you did just there, and now you're down to your second one, you're kind of just stuck on the edge of the map. So that is the one downside of that kiting area. You kind of have to use the bad pallet stuck on the edge of the map first. He kind of did it in a different order there, which caused him to be stuck on the edge of the map right there, which made the Queen Bee able to knock him down. There's still a really good kite though. Look at the cipher progress. We're talking over 200% in decode, so very good stuff. Airplane is right here, going to be going in for the rescue. Airplane is a very good survivor early on. Don't really see him in rank, but he is very good in tournaments. He's a great counter to Shadow, to go, man. But what a crazy prediction from the Queen Bee here. Is this going to be a stuff? This is not a safe rescue. One chip hit away from death. He could even get terror shock, and he is going to make the rescue. He still makes the rescue. Professor going to choose not to use the scales here, or maybe he couldn't. Maybe he tried, but he couldn't get it. But he is, in either case, going to go die in the corner. For those that don't know, one of the best strategies you can do as Survivor is to actually save your resources for a secondary kite. And right as I say that, he's actually going to use it. So I'm not sure why he did that. Is he going to do that to prevent full presence? I guess so. I guess he's going to do it to prevent full presence. I really feel like he could have just expended one of these pallets instead of an ability, though. That ability is extremely strong. These pallets cannot move wherever he can, but the ability can go wherever he can. So I feel like maybe using the pallet there just to prevent full presence would have been a bit better. The moose right here, the legendary moose, getting stuck on the ground and causing the Queen Bee to get stuck now. And the first officer here, what is this commentary? The first officer here going to go rescue. Good rescue. What can I say? He did a good job making sure that he doesn't get stuffed. That's the best you can ask for from rescuers. And right here, he is going to get use out of these pallets right here. Thankfully, he did not get hit through the pallet, but the Queen Bee is going to refuse to hit him here. And right here, now that he was able to get the full presence from the first officer, he's able to use it against the professor right here. Professor is going to stall a good amount of time, though, frankly, all things considered. And, I mean, he did have borrowed time, so he could have saved those scales, honestly, to go for a rebound and maybe get enough time to Kai. I guess it's unlikely, because look at the Cypher progress here. They don't have a last Cypher that has a lot of progress, but right here, Queen Bee's going to dart straight for it. The question is, do the survivors expect it? It looks like they don't. They dumped all their resources into doing this one Cypher machine when it just easily gets interrupted. I almost feel like maybe the survivor should have just had one survivor on this Cypher machine, because obviously Thunder's going to come and catch it. Or maybe not obviously, but for me, I feel like the Hunter only has one option here. What a crazy snipe from the Queen Bee here. Now the survivors are going to start another Cypher machine, but things are getting a little bit dicey here. We don't really have anyone to easily rescue this airplanist, so this airplanist needs to do a good kite here. If he doesn't, if he goes down here, the person on the Cypher is going to have to get off and start rescuing. Hopefully the lucky guy can get there and continue it, but it doesn't looks like it doesn't matter, because Airplanes is just kiting like crazy. The mind games around these pallets doing such a great job predicting the shots, making sure he doesn't get hit for free. It's actually causing a lot of headache for her right here. Finally gonna go down, but by now the lucky guy is easily taking over the Cypher, and the rescuer is already in position, as you guys can see right here. Or no, they were both at half health. They were both at half health, so never mind. Or maybe they got a heal at some point? I wasn't paying attention. But I could have sworn... Nah, you know what? Maybe the guy next to him was already full health. So it doesn't... In that case, it doesn't really matter. But right here, that is definitely going to matter. That's going to make it so the Airplanes has a lot less time to run away. Same for the lucky guy after the pop. I mean, he's got this pallet that the devs added in the game a few months ago. Pretty new pallet, but it's honestly not that great. And as I say that, he's actually kiting like a beast around this so-called useless pallet. Maybe it's not so bad after all, even against Hunter with a speed buff, and that's a crazy hit. I think the Hunter, nope. Well, I mean, he could have trump carded there. He could have trump carded there. He does have the trump card available. His warp's not on cooldown. He could have trump carded there. Is he going to teleport now? He is going to teleport now. Is it enough? No. Had he left the bees on the lucky guy and teleported on the gate, maybe there was a shot there. Unlikely, because I feel the survivor was predicting that they were going to teleport, that the Hunter was going to teleport, so I feel like the airplanist or whoever was outside the gate was already predicting it. But good move regardless. From the... I mean, I suppose it's a good move whether or not he did it, because in the end, it allowed them to tie the match. So, I will be right back, guys. We're going to get into the second half of round one in just a moment. Let me just get dressed up first, because I'm still not in my, my suit, dog. Alright, be right back, guys. All right, everyone, we are back. We are going to be continuing into the second half of round one, MRC versus GW. We just saw the MRC survivors pull out a pretty good tie there. Very good end game kite, very good early game kite from the Professor as well. Professor turns out to be a very good survivor against Queen Bee because of the fact that he can take an extra chip hit, which is so critical to Queen Bee because she's not going to hit every shot. She just needs 2 shots though against a typical survivor, which is not too much to ask for. And with Professor 3, that's a lot more to ask for. And especially combined with the fact that Queen Bee is a character who like barely gets hits around the corners of pallets. The scales are going to be very good for just parrying attacks last second after the Hunter barely catches up because of her 13% speed up from the Bees, which is going to be nerfed down to 12% after the balance changes at the end of the season, which I believe are balance changes should either come either next week or season reset, which is 2 weeks from now. So either next week or 2 weeks from now. By the way, we are going to be seeing a Goatman pick. So I don't often see Goatman nowadays. This is, ironically enough, an off-meta pick nowadays. Or at least currently, if we're just talking about in the scope of this tournament, this is is this considered an off-meta pick, to be completely honest? Because you don't see Goman nowadays round 1. You only see Queen B round 1 nowadays. And you see pretty dominant Queen B round 1 wins as well. Not many survivors in the IVL region are able to stand up to Queen B. IGL is a different story. IGL has, I would say, stronger survivors there, at least at the very least, doing a better job against Queen B, I would say. Then the stars here in IVL, the ones in IVL here are struggling a bit more, but we're starting to see more like strong ties coming out against Queen B, and hopefully we can maybe see some more teams win against Queen B. That would be nice as well. But in the meantime, we're going to be seeing Goman here. Goman not very good against First Officer, not great against Antiquarian, not great against Aeroplanist. But, you know, you used to see Goman even against hard counter Goman teams because Goman is just such a strong survivor, such a strong hunter. There really is no reason not to pick Goman because of how strong he is, especially because his nerfs, they didn't really address what makes Goman strong. All of Goman's nerfs in the past, besides maybe the full presence nerf, because the full presence got nerfed from... Well, really, the full presence is back to what it used to be before the devs buffed it because they thought nerfing his useless 1000 presence backstep would make him too weak, so the devs buffed his full presence. Some of the stupidest balance choices I've ever seen from the dev team, which I can only say on my stream. But not the smartest in my opinion. In either case, his full presence is not as strong as it used to be, but that's really the only thing. By the way, running, let's see, running. What is that? What is that trick called where it prevents survivors from struggling as much? Giant Claw. Running Giant Claw. It's interesting. You don't see Giant Claw every day. So give me 1 second here to swap, turn off the music, I should say. You guys are going to be able to see me decked out in... Well, you're about to, if I could just fix the screen. You guys are going to see me for just a moment. Finally in the suit, and we're gonna go right back to the gameplay. Gonna be seeing Bailu here chasing the Antiquarian here, getting an immediate pallet stun right now, trying to chase the Antiquarian, but playing the mind game to her advantage. Now, the thing about Goman is you're not in a rush necessarily, because you're anyway limited to 2 cages at most. So until you get your second cage, you're technically isn't in a rush, and he just gets Terror Shocked on the pallet. Just gets Terror Shocked on the pallet. I don't know what's going on, but he just gets Terror Shocked on the pallet. What can I say? Great read on the Antiquarian here. Also, these random obstacles are giving him a hard time. He technically doesn't even need a cage to kill her. If she struggles to reach any pallets, she is going to struggle. You know what's so sad about this is that she did such a huge mistake right there, and Antiquarian is still such a strong survivor against Goman. So we'll see here. Unfortunately, he's going to miss the swing. And he's going to pay the price for it. Does she get away? I think that's a flywheel. If not a flywheel, then he just goes through the cage as well. He could just put the cage in front of her. I don't know why he doesn't do that. There we go. There we go. Now he finally did it. And now, because he doesn't need a cage. He doesn't need the full damage. He just needs a chip hit because of that Terror Shock. Honestly, great start on the Terror Shock there. Pretty bad pallet stun followed by a great Terror Shock, but then Bailu just wasn't able to build off of that, unfortunately. As a result, going to get basically a 3-cipher kite here. Now, that's technically not a 3-cipher kite, but it is very close to a 3-cipher kite. And right here, we're going to see the Aeroplanist going in for the rescue, I believe. The Goman already knows about it. Oh my goodness, and that was... If only he put the cage a little bit sooner there, that Aeroplanist would have been mega punished right there. That was a very risky move from him, relying on the Goman messing up. And it did end up working out in his favor. If he had just put that cage a little bit sooner, all things would have been fine. Right now, gonna use the backstep going against his favor, and it doesn't even matter. The Antiquarian uses the stick, but it doesn't go off in time. Dude, this is why I don't put accessories on my Antiquarian sticks, so that way it's not as obvious when I mess up with the Antiquarian stick. That's the only reason I don't use the accessories on Antiquarian, so it's not obvious when I mess up. But right there, going to try to swing and not gonna hit it, unfortunately. Just a little bit too late. First Officer, though, going to be a very strong survivor against Goman. Just gets a full cage out, which is very good. He's going to get 2 cages out for just 1 hit. Honestly, he might not even get hit here, honestly. Okay, he doesn't get hit. There we go. That's really good. And he does have enough for another cage. Is he going to go for it? He is. Oh, my goodness. And he is just missing every single hit on the survivors when it comes to immediately coming out of a cage. He might lose this Antiquarian now. He might just lose this Antiquarian. He needs to be careful here. Okay, does he see her? He should be able to figure out where she is here. Yep. He knows exactly where she is. I think he saw her shadow from far, so it wasn't really a big deal there. But right here, going to pick up the antiquarian, but missed a critical hit on that first officer. Also, didn't get any damage on the airplanes, or did he? He did get damage on the airplanes because the psychologist healed him. But now it's going to make it a lot harder to snowball. I want to see how this airplanist here does against Goman. I do want to study. So right here, being very patient and going specifically on the sides, not going in the center of the cage. Okay, so these are good things to keep in mind if you're going to play airplanist against Goman right here. Don't just jetpack into the center of the cage because he just goes straight through the other side by teleporting. You want to stick to the edges so it's not so easy to teleport on you, it seems like, at least. Same edge that he's on. Right here, edging the Goman, in other words. Airplane is going to barely get hit through there. I think his jetpack was just on cooldown. Or either that or he thought he was safe behind the pal, but right there barely gets hit through. Pretty sleek backstep right there from the Goman. He's going to choose to try to chair next to the Cypher machine. Could we potentially eventually see an abnormal here? He might think so, but nope, it looks like he doesn't want to. I think he realizes that he doesn't have much of a chance. That giant claw coming into effect right here, allowing a basement. It's a comeback potential. It's a comeback mechanic. I respect that from the Hunter. You don't often see like clever things like this from the Hunter. The basement is great and all, but unfortunately for Goman, it doesn't synergize all that great because your damage is limited to the cages. Even if you get multiple hits right here on the staircase, they still always make the rescue, so that's not a question. Right here, gonna block them off. I think he's relying on no borrow time, and I think this Goman, I think Bailu has figured it out that the airplanist has no borrow time because they just didn't pop there. They would have popped if he had borrow time, but right here the survivor's realizing that like, okay, there's no way we can really help him. Let's just see if he chairs, then we pop to let the psychologist escape. They didn't want to pop right away because then psychologist immediately gets caged on. Very smart choice making from the survivors here, but now the Hunter has a very difficult decision. Does he go for the gate or does he go for the basement? Looks like the first officer made up his mind. He's not going to go for the gate. He's going to go for the basement. And right here, the Hunter chooses the opposite option, goes for the gate instead of the basement, and it's going to work out in his favor. Right here, the Goman now realizes that someone made the rescue, but this game is not necessarily over. 0% on the gate on the other side of the map. He still has a teleport trump card ready. Bailu right here swapping his cage size back and forth, back and forth. I think he's getting a little bit antsy here. Trying to figure out where these survivors are. That's his top priority. He needs to try to find Tinnitus before the gate. Looks like he got Tinnitus, but he chose not to go for it. And right here, Airplanist, what a great pushback. I didn't know that the pushback doesn't send him through the cage, or maybe it's because he just went through the cage. Right here, he doesn't go for the swing. That Airplanist could have been dead right there. Dies regardless with a flywheel. That is really sad to see. Dies with the flywheel. If only he had... I don't think he was full health though, so it's not like he could just not take the window and take the hit in the open. That's going to cost his life, and now the teleport is just going to come right back for the survivors. First officer playing sneaky. Goman, does he want to take the risk here with Tinnitus and try to find him? He doesn't find him. He somehow doesn't find him. That is insane. And right here, this psychologist... He's trying to go through the cage around the other side, but he can't because there's a tree in the way. How sad. And right here is going to cost him another cage. In the end, it looks like it doesn't matter if he got the hit on the first cage or not, because the first officer, in the end, regardless, got the gate open, even if he got a hit on that first cage. And right here, going to chair the last survivor, Bailu with the Goatman against a team that counters him pretty well, I would say. Came out on top. Honestly, the basement, I think, made a huge play because it just made the survivors spend a lot more time having to run around instead of going straight to the gate. They had to spend time getting out of the basement first. And by that time, that gave the Hunter time to knock down Psychologist, chair her, then go for the other gate. Picking up Tinnitus there. I feel that's an interesting choice. In retrospect, now looking back at the decision by the Goatman, his choice of opting to not go for the Tinnitus when he had it next to the trees, he was like, oh, you know what? This is probably bait. They're probably trying to bait me with the first officer and hope that I don't find him, so then first officer can just use his watch to go to the gate as Airplanist opens it. And the Goatman probably used that rationale and was like, okay, So instead of going after the guy that I don't really necessarily know where he is, I'm going to reverse psychology them. I have the tinnitus. I'm not going to fall for the bait, and I'm going to go straight for the gate instead. Knowing that the survivors know I have tinnitus, they're probably like, oh, I'm giving him tinnitus. I'm giving him tinnitus. Go for the gate. Go for the gate. And Bailu right there, sweeping them under the rug, getting those multiple knockdowns on those gates right there. First on psychologist, then on the airplanes dying with flywheel there. Hurt my solo a little bit because that was the difference between, I mean, if we're a lot of choices make the difference between a tie, but if we're looking at like the final choice there, just the final one, the flywheel definitely made a big difference there, not being able to use the flywheel. Obviously the Terror Shock made a big play as well in the start of the game, but if we just look at towards the very end, that could have been the difference as well if we look at it very one-dimensionally, if we can put it nicely like that. 3-point or 2-point lead right here for MRC because MRC's survivors got a tie. Meanwhile, MRC's Hunter got a win. That's a 2-point difference between GW and MRC. So this could be the first time we see a 2-round sweep from the two teams. So far, we've only seen 3-round games. At least the matches that we've commentated on my channel so far. Days 2, days, what was it, 4 and 5? And then today's day 7. So we're finally seeing these matches where maybe for once we see someone go to only 2 rounds. We might see a 2-round domination from a team instead of a constant back and forth game. Now that's not so easy because it's not that hard in this game to just play a good game of Identity 5, a just good average game. You did an average Kai, Hunter had an average chase, you know, as long as the survivor does their job and doesn't fall for the Hunter's tricks, their shenanigans, is familiar with the Hunter's abilities, they should be fine. They shouldn't have a problem. So if that is going to be the case, we are very likely going to see a tie right here in round 2, especially from the team who's behind. They're going to be like, okay, we need to get this to a round 3 at the bare minimum. The team who's behind right now, which is going to be GW right here, they are going to be pushing for, at minimum, equal result as their opponent. That's most likely going to be a tie. Tie is pretty realistic to get from your Hunter as GW, and then tie as Survivors is also pretty realistic. So if you can just tie up the game, I mean, worst case scenario, you get a 3-man and your Hunter gets 3 escaped, I guess, but that's still technically even. Right here, we're going to see GW Queen Bee right here getting a hit right around the corner. Getting a nice pulse in there, but that Terror Shock, not much I can say about the Terror Shock, unfortunately. Stuff sometimes happens. And right here, missing the cage on the airplanist. There were a lot of opportunities right here, like the hit on the first officer. There were a lot of opportunities right here, but he also did get a lucky opportunity on that airplanist. Right here, for those wondering, why don't they get teleported when the survivors try to go through this cage? That is because it is underground and the other side of the cage is underneath the ground. So if you think about basement has ground underneath on the other side of the cage. That's why you cannot teleport there. Now, the game can become generous. Like if the cage might technically be inside of an area you cannot access, but if it's close enough to places where you can walk, it still lets you teleport regardless through the cage. But right there, the cage was just deep enough within the basement that, the basement walls, I should say, that they weren't able to go through it. Now, if they were able to go through it, that would just be a no recovery hit though, because they would be dropping down from a high, if that makes any sense. So, in the meantime here, we're going to be waiting to see a round 2 from MRC and GW, with MRC being in a 2-point lead. This is a good time to pull up the YouTube chat and see what you guys are coming up with inside of the chat. Also, I don't know for sure if, what's his name? If their name, MRC, has won a previous COA. I kind of said that out of habit, but they have won a competition before. They've won IVL, either IVL before or COA before. I can't remember. One of those two, but they have won before. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining this live stream where we commentate at freaking 1 a.m. 1:48 a.m. now. So, I mean, this is what you do for the love of IDV, passion for V. As it was, there was like a tournament, I think, called Passion for V. Anyway, what's up, Oka? Upside Down Rider, we got Oka as well. You needed this commentary, thank you so much. First time I am this early in stream, it's 8 a.m. here. Yeah, thank you so much, Moonly, for coming up. Why do I have a crown? That's because you're the only chatter. Good night, MRC gonna win, damn. Upside Down Rider gone just like that. Number 1 chatter gone just like that. Yeah, Goatman is kind of nice to see after so few Goatmans. it is nice to see Goldman again. So that is really nice. Also, Lantern's here. Welcome, Lantern. Thank you so much for joining. I was hoping we could get Miki in here tonight because Miki is no longer in New Orleans. It would be nice to have a second commentator here. Not only to give my voice a break, but also nice to have a variety of different thoughts and different voices to hear from. Unfortunately, not going to be hearing that tonight because he just came from New Orleans, and I guess he pulled an all-nighter last night. But we're not going to be able to see him. I will probably see him tomorrow. Probably he's going to be commenting with us tomorrow, the first two matchups. So we're just doing the first two matchups this stream again because there's no way I can stay up all night because I do need to sleep at the end of the day. So we're just going to do two matchups here. The first two matchups, there's only 3 matchups a day anyway. So we're not missing like 2 other matchups. It's just 1 other matchup at most. And I'm going to go ahead and link the live stream in the description. You guys might have to refresh the page, but I'm going to go ahead and do that now. First matchup is going to be MRC versus GW. I'm actually not sure what the second matchup is. I would have to check what the second matchup is. But in the meantime, we're going to find out regardless in live action and live time. So it's all right. Not a big deal. In the meantime, we're going to be waiting still on the second round. It looks like we're going to be going into it. GW Tear. Looks like they swapped out their Hunter. Gonna put in Litlai. We've seen Litlai before. I do remember Litlai, mostly because the name is a little bit confusing to say. Are we gonna see a Leo's memory pick here? So I believe he's went Opera Singer before, if I'm not mistaken. He's went to Opera Singer before, and I think it was Leo's memory. And as you can see here, Opera is the only character on his list. That is suspicious. That seems oddly specific, just putting only one character. So he's probably very serious on that one character. Like, we've seen hunters pick survivors as their favorite characters, even though they're never going to play survivor. Or they go like meme hunters, right, and put that as their favorite. Maybe they really do love Hellember. I don't know, but we've seen hunters pick hunters as their favorites that are not actually good in the meta. Which is totally the case. Could totally be the case. That guy's literally getting pointed at with a flare gun. But yeah. So this guy, though, Litlai, only has one character, and that one character is an actual good hunter. So that has me feeling that he's most likely just getting subbed in just so he can play Opera Singer. Now, what's the best Opera Singer map? Leo's Memory, without a question. There's a lot of junk, a lot of trees, a lot of trash on the map, which gives a lot of opportunity. Bro, what are these pictures? A lot of opportunity to just get a direct route at a 45% speed up at all times, essentially, which is not a thing that a lot of hunters can do very well. Opera Singer, in the meantime, without even having to take detours throughout most of Leo's Memory, able to easily catch up to survivors without taking those detours, just going in a straight line because there's all this trash in the way, giving pretty optimal routes without losing much distance trying to take the best shadow route, because the best shadow route is almost always just in a straight line towards a survivor. Anyway, we're gonna wait here. I'm not sure what the map is. I think we might see the map right now. It looks like the camera is gonna pan in and show the bands right about now, if I had to guess. Yep, there we go. It's not Leo's Memory, it's Ever Sleeping. I mean, this is still a fine map for Opera Singer. Not my preferred. If I were to pick for my hunter, if I want my hunter to have the best shot as an Opera Singer main, I would not pick Ever Sleeping because there are a lot of dead zones in Ever Sleeping. Usually that works against the survivors, but in this case it works against Opera, because something like Mercenary now becomes extremely good here, dashing from Geisha House to Graveyard, from Fate Gate palette to Island. Like, these are huge dead zones where there's nothing for Opera to dash on, and even though it doesn't lead to anywhere like amazing, I mean, Graveyard is amazing, it's just places where Opera just moves a lot slower than she normally should. Or like anywhere around Corner House to Corner House, because of the train tracks, because of the tram tracks, makes it impossible for Opera to deal with without using 1000 presence. And as we all know, on the first kite, she doesn't have 1000 presence. Even with Insolence, it would take one hit. In the meantime, though, we are going to see Coordinator here, a very safe pick against Opera Singer. We used to see Coordinator a lot back when Opera was the strongest hunter in the game, so it makes sense. She is just good at guaranteeing a strong start to your kite. to your game, I should say. Just getting that tie. Where the game going? Really flattering photo of the player that could be you one day. I could only dream that one day that would be me. And right here, we're gonna see a priestess. Now, this might be a shocker to some of you guys who don't watch competitive. Priestess is actually one of the rarest pick survivors in competitive. She's got, of course, great support with the portals, but there are two big problems, in my opinion, with Priestess. The first one is called Desperate Fight, and in a way, also addiction. Right? Because for a priestess to actively support someone, she needs to be there. If she's there for you, emotionally or physically, doesn't matter. She gives addiction value, which means that you move slower as a survivor, up to 20% slower, which is a big deal as a survivor. Up to 20% slower, depending on how far the hunter is from you when addiction triggers, which is not good. That is not a good thing. Desperate Fight also is great counter to several portals in a succession. So if you ever chase Priestess, well, then she's just a lot easier. Yeah, addiction doesn't get value then, but now Desperate Fight does. So that's why you don't see a lot of Priestess. It's just pretty easy to just put those 10 persona points on any hunter, really. Or because everyone's going to run Cypher Block, right? So it essentially only costs 10 points to run up to addiction, because everyone runs Cypher Block on the right side. So it really doesn't take even 15. It takes more like 10 points. It's going to be up to the hunter now. What is he going to pick? The survivors have locked in their builds. I don't know. I mean, he could still go Opera Singer here. He could still go Opera. It's not bad against Lanterners. It's actually pretty decent. Addiction, Desperate Fight will deal with Priestess. Maybe even some Rage if you really want to. Especially with Cornier on the team. Rage definitely wouldn't be bad. He's going to go Axe Boy? What is happening today? This is his strategy? To try to either get his team tied or in the lead? I'm all for Axe Boy. I love Axe Boy. He's one of my favorite hunters. But the reason I don't like Axe Boy, even though he's one of my favorites, is because of Axe Boy's nerf from long ago. It used to take 12 seconds to break a tree. Now it's 8. Why is that a big deal? Because now the guy that you want to chase almost always breaks your tree before you can start the chase. Which is really annoying. Also, they have Gravekeeper! Gravekeeper is one of the best counters to exploit in the game. Why? Because anytime Gravekeeper wants to leave the tree, all you have to do is go under the shovel and you don't get a purple soul. So for those wondering how exploit works, when you leave the tree, you get a purple soul. But here's the thing. If you break the tree, obviously you can't get souls on you. So what does that mean? Exploit has to place another tree, right? But then it's like the survivor just leaves immediately. And some of you guys might be thinking, oh, okay, so now you get the purple soul. So it's not a big deal. No, it is a big deal because when you break the tree without a soul on you, you get a 30-second buff that says you cannot get a purple soul one time. So you essentially counter not just the first tree, but also the second tree. So it takes Axeboy 3 trees essentially before he can finally start putting souls on your body. And that's too slow. That's too slow. All because the survivor managed to break the first tree, which then counters the second tree, which then forces him to place the third tree. He is going to run addiction, and he's going to run rage. Good call, Psyche. No problem there, commentator Psyche. Thank you so much. Producer Psyche, I guess? Listen, I'm doing everything here on this stream. Regardless, though, we are going to see Gravekeeper here. Going to be very good counter. Coordinator and Lanternist. I mean, there's still solid survivors. Axeboy's not the world's best hunter. They could definitely kite him out. We'll see here. The one thing that could help him out is that people don't really run all borrow time on all 4 survivors. So maybe he's relying on that, right? If he could find the no borrow time survivor, then really any hunter can tie technically. Because if you can target that no borrow time survivor and always prevent body blocks, then you're going to have a much better time. So right here, forget about canceling the music. We're just going to go with it in the match. Right here, we're going to see Lit Lie over here going to try to, I think, hide his red light here, or try to hide vision from survivors seeing him going behind the building, taking a strange route. Trying to chase the coordinator here, or is that the coordinator? Not sure. Chasing the Lanternist. Going to opt to go around the pal. Lanternist literally didn't go anywhere with that because he wasn't sure if he was still getting chased or not. Right here, what a huge soul. I mean, oh my god, that was almost a second hit right there. But the hunter, keep in mind, the Lanternist is able to see the hunter's red outline when he got that soul. So maybe he was waiting for that. Right here, now the purple soul goes on him. He immediately goes down, just like that. Just like that, he immediately goes down, and Axboy suddenly now looks like the best hunter in Identity 5. Like, 12%, 22%, 40%. That's with the chair animation, guys. Before the chair animation, that was probably like looking like 7, 10, and 15. Oh, well, no, more like 20. But this is an extremely good start for the Axboy. Extremely good start. I mean, you could not have asked for a better start as Axboy. I mean, maybe people just don't go enough against Axboy. I mean, who knows? He is a annoying hunter trying to track the body and the souls at the same time. Right here, going to prioritize, I hope, the portal first. Priestess, I think, was trying to body block the portal there, but Axboy not gonna fall for it. Lanternus uses the ability and doesn't hit it. This is looking more and more like a quick match by the second. Now, no disrespect to the players, because stuff sometimes happens, but that is admittedly how the game is looking like. It is a very quick down, followed by a farm. I mean, this is literally POV, you're the Lanternus in a quick match, and you just keep getting farmed. This is really unfortunate here for her. I mean, she's still got her flywheel up, and a rebound is not impossible. I mean, are the Survivors going to commit here to a rebound here? I guess they are, because otherwise, I mean, do they have a choice though? What do you do when someone goes down this quickly? It's not an easy choice. Look at the soul. Oh my goodness, and he just hits a terror shock of a lifetime. What a lucky swing from the Axboy. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to discredit the hunter and how good they are, but oh my goodness, what did it take for a terror shock like that? That was just randomly swinging and randomly touching the chair. Axboy has one of the fastest swings in the game, so honestly, no surprise that he got terror shock there, because you can't react to a swing that fast. It's just a guessing game. Instant down, followed by a terror shock. I don't see any way that the Survivors can bring this back. The only way... Oh, okay. Whew. Okay, the terror shock shenanigans are not over. Oh my god, he almost hit the chair. It's not over yet, guys. I know there's 4 ciphers left, but technically it's not over. Wait, he's going after the priestess? Oh, right, because Gravekeeper is such a good counter to Axboy. So he's just preemptively letting go. Turns out he was just a distraction. Right here. Gonna wait for a second. Now he's gonna start missing souls. Maybe this is the chance. Maybe this is the break that the Survivors were looking for. Okay, right here. Going to, hey, this is not a good time for the elevator music. Honestly, I guess nothing's going on, right? It's pretty chill game, right, guys? Definitely no crazy stuff going on. Oh my goodness, the pal here from earlier is going to be really nice here. Not having to worry about the drop animation. Desperify also adding up here, making each portal, one after another, more and more useless. Going to use the soul here just for the speed up. And yeah, that's a pretty secure way of getting the knockdown, not having to risk dodging the soul and just relying on the speed up, kind of like Opera Singer there. A little bit Opera Singer mentality right there, just relying on the speed, not really on the ability itself. And right here, I mean, this is a much better position, but this is still extremely difficult. Look at this, setting up the tree right on the edge of the rocket chair, so if the souls rotate around, or well, when they do rotate around, it's going to be next to the chair. Are we going to see another terror shock here, or are we going to see a shot here from the coordinator? Just not risking it. She is going to risk it, and is going to still get the hit on the priestess regardless. So does anyone here not have borrowed time? Looks like everyone here does have borrowed time. Coordinator here gonna go for the cipher here, risking a hit. Ugh. And she took a hit and wasted the flywheel, so that is not looking good for the stars anymore. I mean, at least the priestess does get up here. I think she should have a portal up. The Axboy needs to make up his mind here. He needs to make up his mind here. You know, I'm pretty sure the tree could have blocked the flare gun too. I don't know why not just drop the tree in front of him and then pick up the priestess. Since the coordinator was so far away from him, he could have just done that. Now he's gonna get shot. I think he's gonna teleport up this warp. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have time to cancel it. So yeah, if 3 seconds pass, you just automatically get pulled back in your warp. Or if you leave your warp for any reason. Right here, coordinator's gonna get 0 distance though. What happened here? Why is she still right next to him? Why does she not go straight to graveyard? I'm not really sure what happened right here. But in either case here, Axboy's gonna thankfully get a quick down, relatively quick after a shot, all things considered. Not a bad speed of that knockdown. Survivors are trying to work together desperately to try to pop this 4th cipher machine. It's honestly a miracle that they are in this kind of position. Axboy right now going after someone who is half health, but everyone else is full health. And with that Tide Turner, he needs to make a choice. Go after the Cypher, go after the coordinator. Tide Turner coming in at probably the worst possible time for him. The Hunter, I should say. Gonna force this Hunter to make an awkward choice, which is essentially gonna let the coordinator get away. Right here, Priestess is going to take a soul hit barely and then go down. So it's like the heal didn't even matter that much. Axeboy actually going to go back here and check on the Cypher. No one is here though. No one is here, so this is just going to be wasted time. He could have freely picked up and he's going to miss out on it. He didn't want to take the chance of someone being on the Cypher. Checked and it hurt him in the end. I mean, the Priestess has been on chair before. I don't think it'd be the worst idea in the world to chair her. But instead, Litlai is going to opt for mobility and pressuring Cyphers, which is not horrible as Axeboy. Ooh, that soul gonna make it annoying to use the pallet here. Gonna cause her to go down here. Now this is definitely a good pickup. Now you definitely pick it up. Because now the Gravekeeper went to pick up the Priestess. Man, it feels so bad though letting go of Priestesses. Because look at how fast she heals up. Plus the Gravekeeper has healing, or not healing, but Doctor on his build. Which heals survivors at least 15% quicker. Ooh, it would have been diabolical if that soul hit the Gravekeeper right there. But right here, he's going to opt to use every single pallet here at this point. They're no longer saving it. They're just going to use every single one. It's not like these pallets are that easy for Axeboy to deal with. It's going to take a lot of time that he cannot afford right now to be spending breaking those pallets. Now he's going to go back and forth, trying to play this back and forth game with the survivors. He can easily go around with the road. Now he's going to take advantage of the fast pallet breaking with the road, so it's not going to take as long to deal with. Going to skip the other pallet right here. Going to opt to try to find the other survivor here. How did this game go so out of control for Litlai here? This was such a commanding start, and things just slowly fell apart. Now he's going to lose the middle Cypher. Massive loss right here, because now it's going to be a lot harder for him to have control over the survivors here. Going to somehow, some way, see the heal going on here and uses the flywheel. Not going to surmount to much though. Coordinator, I believe that's her last chair. That's got to be her last chair, and that's it. Coordinator's just dead and out of the game. After such a great use of the flare gun, is he going to get run over? Okay, no, a little bit close, but not going to get run over here. After such a strong start from the Axeboy, Coordinator with her strong flare gun as well, kind of put the, wow. And they're just going to surrender. They're not even going to try to take that last one. The last Cypher, they're not even going to try for it. So right there, I mean, you got to study that match. That's a game where you got to study, like, how did it go so wrong for the survivors and then so good for the survivors. Litlai right there falling significantly behind there. It's not even like the decoding was that amazing either. With a fast down like that, there was not a whole lot the survivors could do back there, and as a result they fell significantly behind. Between the instant knockdown, between the terror shock on the rocket chair, everything was going in Litlai's favor. But where things, I feel, started going wrong there was when he started switching targets there. In my opinion, unnecessarily. I mean, I understand the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper, okay, fair enough. But then after that, the target switches, hard committing on the Coordinator there to get a single hit on her. Just for the Priestess to get up so quickly because she's playing Priestess. That was a huge unnecessary risk. In a situation where you are that far ahead as Hunter, yes, hitting the Coordinator means that now technically no one can rescue. But that is putting a bet on the line. You are making a bet that you can hit this Coordinator before the Priestess gets back up. Which, by the way, not a safe bet to take because of how fast Priestess heals. 50% quicker if we're including Sticker. 50% quicker. 60% quicker if we're including the buff that she gives to all her teammates, including herself, which includes 10% faster healing. So we're talking 20% from Sticker, 30% naturally when other people heal Priestess, including herself. When she heals herself with self-heal, she heals herself 30% quicker. So 20% with Sticker, 30% with her natural ability, and then the 10% to teammates that she gives to everyone, that's including herself, so that's another 10%. So she heals herself 60% quicker than other survivors right there. Axeboy taking a necessary risk, going after the Coordinator. Priestess is going to pick herself up so quickly. I mean, it still was a 4-man, but I think it's important to analyze where games go wrong so that in the future, when you guys play Hunter, or when, let's say, Litlai plays Hunter as Axeboy again, analyzing these small things that's what the coaches are there for. His coach and other players' coaches, they're there to analyze these small things so that next time when he plays Axeboy in a situation like this where he's in such a commanding lead, you just go ahead and take the chairs. Take the chairs, because when you're that far ahead, as long as no one gets a crazy rebound, it would have to be such a long rebound too to make up for it on top of that. Fair enough that he didn't chase the Gravekeeper, but once you had the Priestess there, going after the Coordinator there, just let the Priestess get away, and then he didn't go after the Priestess. He went after the Coordinator, who had an ability up, while that Priestess only had one portal. A Flare Gun is much stronger than one portal. Right there, Coordinator getting a huge shot off, shooting him inside the warp, which then sent him back. And then she didn't go anywhere with it. She didn't go to Graveyard. I mean, that was really her only place. But she didn't go to Graveyard. She just stood there in the middle of nowhere. He warped backwards, not intentionally. It's because he was stuck inside the warp because of the stun. And as a result, going to go down quickly. So, all things considered, even though there were wacky choices right there from the Axeboy, still manages to come out because of the fact that the person he chased after leaving the Priestess didn't last that long, even with the Flare Gun. Got a really nice soul hit, I believe, on the window, followed by not a great Flare Gun usage because it didn't give her any distance. She had the option, but she didn't go for it. But yeah, I think it is important to analyze these matches and be like, hey, right here, the survivors are so far behind on decode that low-key, the Hunter could have just kept tunneling, right? Instead of going for the hit on the Coordinator, you could just keep tunneling. And even if the Coordinator shoots you on the next rescue, like, yes, she's still full health, but that's okay because you were already in a position where you were so far ahead, you can just let the Gravekeeper decode, so be it. He's not going to be able to pop 4 Cypher Machines. There's just no way. One of them is empty, the other 3 had 50%. There's just no way. That's too much walking time. For those of you who play Survivor, you know that 50% is nice, but you need to coordinate with your teammates because there's no way one guy can run around the map popping 3 other Cypher Machines. Just running honestly takes more time than even popping at that point. You got to coordinate with your team. Pun intended, coordinator with coordinate with coordinator. But basically, yeah, it would just be too difficult still. He really could have just tunneled right there on the Priestess, let the Coordinator stay full health, let her get the second rescue, let himself get shot. He's got the Rage. He's then got the Desperate Fight. I mean, you gotta realize that the Hunter had it all planned out with the stuns. Addiction would have triggered from the Priestess and Coordinator being nearby and her shooting. He has also got some Rage built in to help with the Flare Gun stun. Then he's got Desperate Fight to help with the portal because he just got stunned. Desperate Fight would then nerf the portal. Like, there really was no reason to just not chair the Priestess, let it all happen. His build really works well against it, and plus he's already so far ahead. So taking an unnecessary risk there, in my opinion, going after the Coordinator. Priestess then gets up because he took the wrong risk, he took the wrong bet, wasn't able to knock down or damage the Coordinator to prevent the rescue. So, like, yeah, you prevent the Coordinator from rescuing now, but now the Priestess gets away, and so now they just heal up with Gravekeeper. Do you see how it's like a domino effect, basically? Like, great, you got the damage on the Coordinator, now Priestess gets away, and the other 2 heal up, so it's a net loss for you, right? If you can keep everyone full health, 2 people full health, sorry, 2 people have health, or hell, 3 people have health, in my opinion, is better than 1 knockdown and 2 healthy. Because at any point, if one person messes up and is at the wrong place at the wrong time, you could potentially be looking at 2 knockdowns back to back. Because they just don't have the resources to take hits from the souls. I mean, regardless, either way you look at it, GW with Axeboy should 4-man right there. And in the end, he 4-manned. So, either way, he got what he should have gotten. So, no big deal there. Regardless, though, we're going to be moving on to the next match here. This does mean that it's a guaranteed round 3. So GW with this 4-man kill, even if MRC Bailu 4-mans this Survivor team right here, it's still going to be, at best, a tie situation. At worst, losing points in game 2 right here. So as long as GW can get at least 1 out here, they'll actually be ahead in points going into round 3. If they just even get 1 out here, they're going to be up by a significant margin. So if we do the math here, I mean, we'll do the math later. But right now, let's look at these survivors. Right here, Meteorologist, Mercenary, Lucky Guy, Lanternus. Lucky Guy is going to be a good all-around pick. Not my recommendation for rank, but if we're talking tournaments, Lucky Guy is just like a good all-around pick against any hunter you might see, because you can just pick the ability that best counters that hunter. Followed up by then also being a good throwaway pick. Remember that every survivor you pick will be permanently banned for the rest of the matchup. So Lucky Guy is more like a throwaway pick while still being good against anything the hunter might potentially pick. Not the best survivor, but also still can work out regardless of what hunter they pick. We're also taking a look at the survivor bans. I always like to look at it. We are going to see a Priestess ban. I mean, Ever Sleeping is a good map for Priestess, so you can't be too surprised, but you don't really see Priestess nowadays anyway. Seer, of course, Seer's still to this day a crazy good survivor. And Bailu right here, gonna go with the Hula Bulu. Very good hunter. Don't underestimate Hula Bulu by any means. He is still an extremely good hunter. That could explain also why we saw the Archer ban here, the Coordinator ban here. It is very annoying to chase Coordinator first as Hula Bulu, just because you really rely on the being up close to get double color hits off, and if she just shoots when you get close, then you have to make it all back up, and that's very hard when you have no presence on Hula Bulu. Anyway, we're going to be going into the game here. Meteorologist choosing where to spawn, probably coordinating with her team right now to figure out where she should spawn. Gonna opt to spawn next to Graveyard. Bailu in response is going to go on the left side. Very common here because to see this kind of spawn, because this pushes all the survivors away from him, because now no one really knows who's going to get chased. The hunter could move up to the north side of the map, they could go to the south side, they could just cut through the middle and force the mercenary to rotate. If mercenary doesn't know how to deal with the situation, that might slow down decode. A lot of opportunity here for Bailu to just naturally slow down decode just because of his spawn. Right here, we are going to see Insolence on his build, of course, with Trump Card and Warp. Wanted Order, running Berserker on Hula Bulu, I suppose, for the faster swing speed, because it does still speed up your missed recovery attacks, and Hula Bulu can only do missed recoveries. So I suppose that's what he's running for, since Exhibitionist doesn't work while someone's on chair. Exhibitionist, for those who don't remember, increases your missed recovery by 10%, and then for each survivor next to you is another 15%. But it doesn't work when people are on rocket chairs. So that could be an explanation for why he's running Berserker. In either case, though, right here, we're going to be going into the second half of round 2, a very exciting Axe Boy match. And now we're going to see Bailu having to mount a comeback for his team. Because he is going to be behind if he doesn't get a 4-man here. His team is going to be behind on points, so he's going to have to get at least a 4-man here to put his team even. Or at the very least, not even, but they'll still be ahead because they're lead in round 1. In either case, Bailu, you can see how Bailu's carefully choosing his target, forcing everyone to just move around because no one's sure who's going to get chased. And as a result, you guys can see only one cipher has any real meaningful progress. In either case, though, Bailu misses multiple swings here. Even the hit through the pallet didn't count either. Meteorologist here gonna see which side he's going around. Bailu zoning her in to make it so that if she has broken windows, it's not gonna get good value here. Now, gonna get the clones here. Gonna miss it, and he gets the win. What a good combo. I gotta take notes down on how to play Meteorologist better. Followed by a really awful warp right there because the tombstone got in his way. So he didn't get a good warp there. Meteorologist also not gonna get hit through the pallet there. Man, she is getting away with everything, and this is not the start that Bailu was looking for. Gonna miss another hit right there as well. Followed up by a really annoying cloud. This is just going to stall him out. Means that he doesn't get a good opportunity to get a double color hit. But look at this. Bailu kind of out in the open here. It's not looking very good and going to take a hit right here. First damage. Or did the clone hit? I wasn't paying attention. But in either case, now he's going to be at full health. Still has one more bottle left. This is suddenly a very scary situation. Bailu right here opting for the cloud. It's just one color hit away though. One color hit away. Was it really worth using the bottle there just to stall out 7 more seconds? Or would it have been better to save the cloud on the rebound when she has no colors on her to just push the hunter away and force jumps out rather than just a single clone that is like literally about to come back? In either case here, Hula Blue getting a really nice jump here. Take notes on that jump spot right there at an angle, so it's not blocked by the building at Graveyard. But it followed up by 2 really nice elbow pads from the Mercenary. Good stuff, good stuff. Now, without any bottles, it's going to be hard to rebound, though. Mercenary not giving any damage whatsoever. Going to get a black hit, but he already had black on him, so it didn't do anything. Ooh, Bailu predicting. Wait a minute. Oh, no, she did vol. But right here, not going to get the damage, not going to get any colors. Going to preemptively use clones, but no one was there. And he's just taking too much time on this Meteorologist. This is taking way too much time. Look at the ciphers ticking down. They are still freely working on the cypher machines. Mercenary's still full health, so in reality, he could still do a rescue. Ooh, and is he, okay. Thankfully, the overcommitment on the body block isn't going to cost a hit immediately, but now it costs a hit. Why not use the elbow pad there? Not sure why he didn't use it sooner. I think it's because he tried to, but he was in the red. I mean, also, the Hunter just used Cologne, so I don't see any reason why not to have used the elbow pad there. That's just going to be free damage for the Hula Baloo, which is going to be a chance to maybe get a knockdown on him here. Because he just needs white. If he gets knocked down here, he's in trouble. Okay, thankfully he doesn't go down here, but Bailu just going to completely give up on the Meteorologist here to try to damage this Mercenary. Is just not going to work out. He's not going to choose to jump right here. Now he chooses to jump, but he doesn't have a great angle at hitting him right here. I mean, he hits him in the end. Followed up by an abnormal. You guys, you really see the effects of him not elbow padding there. Because missing the first elbow pad missing the last elbow pad there on the first hit means that now he's going to take another hit here. And you guys see the domino effect. It's going to give the Hunter a chance to find the Meteorologist, to give him more time to find him and maybe secure a tie right here at the bare minimum. But, I mean, he's not able to do it. That might be the Meteorologist. He might see her. No, he doesn't see her. Very fortunate for the survivors. Ooh, but the Winter is kind of running into the Meteorologist. Yep, and he kind of ran into her, giving him an angle on seeing her now. I mean, but he doesn't have any abilities. He just is getting his first jump right here. And we all just doing a really good job here. Ooh, I was going to say not taking colors here, and she's just barely going to go down. Wow, how unfortunate there that the Mercenary getting hit earlier on the body block attempt now leads to a second hit because the colors were still on him, then leading to the Cypher not popping, which means now it gets abnormal, and then now that gave time for the Meteorologist to go down for Bailu, and also just find her in the first place. In the meantime, though, Bailu carefully choosing his target, again, being patient here, knowing that the survivors are going to be careful about which gate they do. I think now they're going to see that for sure that he doesn't have detention, if they didn't already see it. Right here, the Lanterness is purposely going to vault into the Hunter because she knows how dangerous of an area this is. But she's vaulting into the colors. Why vault into the colors? Why not go around? Just going to vault right into it on the clone that already exists, which means it's another easy double hit. I mean, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. It is a little bit sad to die with all those abilities and pretty quickly at that. But it's not really going to matter. Right here, GW is going to get a tie right here. In all honesty, should have been a win. Should have been a win, or at the bare minimum, going to endgame with 4 people alive should have been the priority right there, should have been the case. But the Mercenary getting hit on that body block attempt, followed by the commentator is a little bit loud. That getting hit after the body block because he didn't use the elbow pad. I don't know why he didn't use the elbow pad because Hula Blue literally just used the clones. He used all his resources there. He should have a rough idea of how many times his Hula Blue has failed his jumps, failed the clones, to know that an elbow pad there is going to make him very safe there. The idea of the elbow pad there and preventing the first hit is not necessarily because to rescue. That's not necessarily the reason to save your health there. The reason to save your health there, for those wondering, not because he's going to do another rescue, but because that way when Hula Blue goes to the Cypher, because here's the thing, as Hunters, once you know that the survivors are going to prime the last Cypher, now your goal is no longer killing the survivor, because there's no way you're going to kill them and chair them before the last Cypher pops. Now your new goal is to stop that Cypher machine and maybe get a knockdown while you're at it, right, before abnormaling it. That's exactly what happened with Bailu. Bailu managed to get that. And it's a lot easier to get that if the people are at half health. It's even easier to get it if you already have colors on your target, which he did. He had half health. He had the colors on him. That really opened up the tie potential. If it wasn't for that, MRC would be so far behind right now. Now, at the very least, they're only, like, what is it? I think 3 points behind, because they got a win. They got a 2-point lead in round 1, but then GW comes back with 5 points. So now it's going to be 5 minus 2. That's going to be a 3-point difference. So now GW is ahead by 3 points. That's not that easy to come back from, because you have to remember that even if your survivor wins, if your survivor team wins, that's only 2 points. Each win you get, each 3-man you get, and 1-person kill, that's only 2-point difference, because you have to remember that the hunter also gets 1 point for killing the survivor. So 3 minus 1 equals 2. That's just 2 points added in total to your team. So they're going to need either a 4-man here from their hunter. I mean, also the survivors could 4 escape, but that's very unlikely. Much more likely that their hunter 4-man kills here. Now let's take a look at the points here while I have a chance. You guys see that game 1. I'm rewinding. No, I can't rewind. Yes, we can see right here. So right here, you can see that right here, if we look at the score, 2-2 in the first half, and then right here MRC's hunter got a 3 kill, so that put them 2 points ahead. But then GW's Axeboy comes in for the shocker, gets a 4-man kill, puts them at a huge advantage. As you guys can see here, 3-point difference, because ties mean no one gains any points technically. Like, yeah, survivors gain 2 points, but so does the hunter, so technically the net total is going to be a 0-point difference. So not a big upset here in the second half of round 2, unfortunately. Can this loading sign disappear, please? Like, why is the loading sign here if it's just fine? But yeah, right here we're gonna see Litlai here pull insane work right here. By the way, that warp sent him back because he was inside of it after the stun ended, but it doesn't really matter because the corner was right next to it. And at this point, even though Litlai had a rough mid game, he was still able to come back. And right here, Bailu had such a awful early game, unfortunately for him. You guys don't get to see much of the Kai here, but right here, Miral just does a very good Kai, followed by a very good rebound. Mercenary getting the pal stun there, but then unfortunately he ends up getting hit later on, which then leads to a second hit, which then leads to Subnormal, which then leads to the Meteorologist going down. I mean, you can see how much domino effects and health states really matter in today's meta. In today's meta, full health is more like half health, like it was back then. Because back then, half health, you can still totally kite out a hunter for quite a while at half health. If the hunter doesn't have blink, you could totally kite them out at a half health, right? But nowadays, things are very different. One hit very often leads to the second hit, and not just like decently quickly, but honestly, I would say very quickly. That guy had time to get a hit on the mercenary, leave. He knocked down the meteorologist, right? No recovery. He immediately goes out to the mercenary, gets hit on the mercenary. Mercenary has to spend a double pad after the hit, which is not good anymore. Then he gets a couple more colors out of the mercenary, which then means that now he has time to chair the meteorologist, and he still has time to go after the mercenary, knock him down again, and get more damage, which is insanely good value as Hullabaloo, showing why no recovery Hullabaloo is so good. Mercenary had no time to escape. Then Meteorologist had no time to pick herself up when Mercenary got hit. It just allows so much more freedom as Hullabaloo when you don't have recovery. Who would have guessed that not having recovery as a hunter is very freeing, as we all know from 2B recovery pill. But in either case right here, Bailu is going to manage to barely squeak out a tie and make it so his team is instead only 3 points behind instead of a whopping 5 points behind. It would have been what? It would have been, I think, let's do the math. So they were up. GW became 3 points up after the 4-man, and then if the survivors won right there, it would have been a 5-point difference. So 5-point difference, that's, you basically need a 4-man from your hunter at that point. You basically need a 4-man from your hunter, because if the hunter gets 3 kills and your team gets 3 escapes, that's just plus 4 points. GW would win by +1, by 1 extra point. So the fact he was able to squeak out a tie there is such a huge difference maker, because now it means that you don't need to pull out a 4-man kill from your hunter. GW right here going to ban Chinatown. MRC instead going to go with the Opera Singer map. This is a great Opera Singer map, Leo's memory, because of all the trash and obstacles on the way. And keep in mind, Litlai used Axe Boy around 2. So he still has Opera Singer open. Now, if I had to guess, I feel like the survivors are just going to ban Opera Singer. This is Litlai, known for playing Opera Singer very well. I mean, it is, after all, one of the main hunters he has on his profile. Also, very good map for Opera Singer. So 2 things going on there. I have a feeling they're just going to ban Opera Singer, though. Which means we're very likely going to have to see something else from Litlai. It depends on how they go about the ban. Maybe they're worried about something else more. Maybe they want to hard counter Opera, ban him to go Opera, and hard counter Opera, and then just ban some other hunter that he would think about going if, in the case that they do try to hard counter Opera. It's not so easy to hard counter Opera, though. It's not that easy. She's just a very good all-around hunter. Is this an ongoing live or an old IVL? This is live IVL. So you can go backwards in the stream, but you can also go back to the live section, which is what I did right there. We went back a little bit to see the score, and then we just go ahead and go back to the live section. So right now, if you click the link in the description that I put, you might have to refresh the page to see it. But if you click on the link in the description below, you'll see that I left a link to the Bilibili live stream, which is where all of this is being streamed. These are Chinese games, and they don't use YouTube. They use Bilibili, which is like the Chinese version of YouTube, because for some reason they're not allowed to use YouTube in China. I don't know, it's like a weird government thing. But regardless, it's streamed on Bilibili. They may not be able to go on YouTube, but we can go on Bilibili and still watch them. So pretty good stuff. That's where this is being live streamed from, on Bilibili. And I left you guys a link in the description in case you want to watch it for yourself. In either case, though, we're still waiting on that round 3 game. Waiting for at least one side to go here. Don't know who's going to be surviving first. It would be very interesting to see if GW survives first. Because if GW survives first, then that really opens up GW's hunter to be like, okay, do I go for a tie hunter here? Do I go for a win hunter here? Like, what am I looking for? How heavy do I have to play on killing everyone versus just picking a safe tie hunter like Anne? Or arguably Opera Singer. Opera Singer is also a pretty safe hunter that is very consistent. So there's a lot of options here. Very curious to see whose role is going to go first here. It's really going to matter who has to play hunter first, because whoever goes hunter first, hunters very often decide the pace of the match. I always say that survivors decide the kiting area, but hunters decide what kind of kiting areas you have to pick, is the way you look at it. Is that, yes, survivors control where they go, where they take the hunter, because the hunter always has to follow the survivor at the end of the day, but hunters decide the hunter you pick causes the survivor to not be allowed to go to certain places versus be allowed to go to certain places. Also, I think this was a new song I added to the playlist. I like this song. I hope it's not copyright. Please tell me it's not copyright. I hope it's not. I think it might be. I guess we'll see after the stream. But in either case, we're going to be going into round 3 here. And again, whoever hunts here first, they're going to be at a disadvantage because they're not going to know, do I go for a win here? Do I go for a tie? I mean, MRC's hunter knows they have to go for a win here. They know. They're behind. Okay, but GW on the other hand, when you're the team who's ahead, it's very important that your hunter goes second if possible. Because that way you can see how your survivors do. Did your survivors get totally wiped? So now you need to clear the board again and play a winning hunter? Or did your survivors get a super safe tie, so now your team is still ahead? So now you just go like something like Ant to make sure that the opposing team survivors don't get ahead on you now as the hunter. Hunters have a much easier time, I would say, deciding the outcome of a match. Like what your character pick as hunter is a lot easier to then decide the outcome of the match. Because again, Anne is a lot harder to harass. Takai, it's just guaranteed stuns. Opera Singer is just guaranteed speed. You know, these hunters that are like Yeah, they could be in situations where they have to get slowed down by windows or pallets because there's not much outplay potential with stuff like Opera or Anne. But it is just good guaranteed value, good guaranteed damage. You make us a lot of areas get a lot less value by you, which means you're able to knock people down quicker, which means that it's easier to tie. It might be harder to win, but it definitely is easier to tie. And if all you want is a tie, then those hunters are literally S tier. And is S tier in a situation like that. Opera could also be S tier in a situation like that. And we are going to see GW hunt here first, unfortunately. So they are going to swap out Litlai. I mean, he got a 4-man. He got a 4-man. What more can you ask from him as Axeboy too? So we are going to see him being swapped out for Tier again, or Tear. English has 2 different pronunciations for this word, by the way, which have 2 different meanings. Thanks, English language, for being confusing for no reason. Or is Tear spelled differently? I'm pretty sure that's how you spell Tear. Tear and Tier are spelled the same, right? Man, I'm second guessing myself at this point. Like, damn, the English language is weird. I'm just not figuring it out. Anyway, we're going to see Wildling Mechanic here. These are pretty good survivors. Wildling is very annoying to chase. And Mechanic is very annoying to not allow a tie, right? She can tie games pretty well. If you chase her, she can body block pretty well with the bots. If she drops the bot early, that could be just annoying decode for your team that the hunter just cannot stop. The Enchantress here, interesting Enchantress pick here. I guess Goman is technically still up, but Queen Bee is not. What is the Enchantress pick here for? Honestly, not quite sure. Give me 1 second to turn the music playlist back on. And here we go. Going back to the live stream. Yeah, so last pick is going to be Psychologist here. Very curious that they're going Enchantress here. Not my preferred survivor in tournaments, especially. It's good against Goman, but I'm not really a fan of Enchantress. We haven't seen any Escapologists, so maybe this team's not a fan of Escapologists. I don't know. Or maybe this hunter's just like Tier or Terror is just not a good hunter to play Escapologists against. Maybe he just plays hunters that are just not good for Escapologists to deal with. Either case, though, survivors are going to pick their persona here. So it is an important choice nowadays. Do you go Flywheel or do you go Broken Windows? Broken Windows is great against something like Opera Singer, but Flywheel would be better against something like Shadow. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still love Broken Windows against Shadow, because if you have a guaranteed window vault in front of you, like at Factory, that's just free distance, right? There's no way Shadow can go around it in any way. She has to vault it. You know they're going to come from one direction. So if they're only going to come from one direction, you don't have to worry about it. Broken Windows can be great there. Right, but Flywheel can get rid of the 100 eyeball and put her chase to the grave, which is absolutely detrimental to her. Because at the end of the day, she's just going to keep getting scares with her ghost, right? And eventually get you to half health, which then eventually leads to a blink, right? So in that case, Flywheel is going to be better. But right here, we're going to see Opera Singer swapping out Litlai here for Tier. And he's going to end up going Opera Singer. Very good map for Opera Singer. What can I say? Not really much of a surprise. And right here, we're going to see Mechanic, of course, spawn at Factory. Opera Singer chooses God Corn. This is a very typical spawn layout here. No, nothing crazy. The only thing that could lead to a little bit of luck here is if Middle Cypher spawns. Because if Middle Cypher spawns, Psychologist is going to be immediately on a Cypher machine. If Middle doesn't spawn, she's going to need to walk quite a far distance. The closest Cypher being back gate. At that point, that's going to be like at least like a 15-second walk, depending on how safe she wants to play it. Like if she wants to do the dangerous Cypher, she can do that, but it might lead to her being chased. Anyway, we're going to be seeing fast power breaking, faster balloon pickup to deal with Wildling, I guess. Okay. Even though she honestly could just chase after Wildling with her speed. Going to see Broken Windows, Tide Turner Psycho, Tide Turner Wildling, and Sui Enchantress. Usually we see, I would say, Flywheel on Mechanic because she doesn't have any abilities to counter hunters. But Broken Windows is going to work very good here as well because of the guaranteed window vaults. Just going to get a lot more value out of these windows here at Factory, where otherwise normally they are not too incredible to use as mechanics. So completely understandable here. It is a different map after all. And right here, we're going to be going straight into the first half of round 3. GW versus Chair. GW versus MRC. Gonna be picking Opera Singer. They are in the lead here, just needs to maintain their lead. Right here, gonna immediately lose out on some distance, trying to see where the mechanic went. Thinking that maybe mechanic went around, but she did not go around. And look at how annoying this window here is for Opera Singer, because you cannot dash on that. That's all the same wall. So if you dash on that, you're gonna go on cooldown. So he has to manually keep swiping and leaving the shadow area. Great Opera controls here. What can I say? And unfortunately gonna miss a dash there, which is gonna give mechanic a lot of free distance here. Is that inside the pallet? Yep, that is inside the pallet, so he does have to break it out of the way. Very classic strategy, very classic route. This is literally so far exactly the same route I did on stream when I played mechanic against Opera Singer. But right here, what is different about this route compared to my route is that the shadow was not behind a wall like it was for me. So right here, going to lead to a hit right here, followed by a blink, which means a much faster knockdown here. With the shadow being not behind a wall there, being next to an undropped pallet, means that now the Opera Singer can easily go backwards and just bait the opportunity to get closer before teleporting. Leads to a very good blink right there. Failed the bot body block as well. At least the bot gets to decode now. And you're not going to need more than 50% to do a Cypher machine, realistically speaking. But it does mean that Terra is not terribly far ahead either. It means that most likely he can get a tie out of this, but he's not probably going to get anything more out of this match. But things can change at any point. He is going to get the hit on Psychology. It's very important to get that hit, making sure that you do not give unnecessary free rescues to the rescuer, so that it's going to be easier to potentially get a win later on. And it looks like we might see some support here from MRC. Being the ones behind means that they might want to do some support value here, some rescues and balloons. I love Wildling as a harasser here. I think a lot of people underrate him. And right here, he's going to turn out to be very annoying to chase, but Wildling was just not ready for it. He was just not ready for the pickup there. The faster ballooning there going to be very annoying for him right there. Even without faster balloon, I'm pretty sure he does not get that. Right here is going to hit the pig right there. It doesn't really matter that, honestly, because he's anyway going to get off his pig before the next hit to make sure it only goes on a 30-second cooldown. It does mean, however, that he could get double hit here. Is the hunter going to go for it, or are they going to try to go for a safe hit on the mechanic? Looks like they're going to just go for a straight safe hit on the mechanic rather than a double down, making sure that he doesn't risk 4 ciphers all suddenly popping at the same time. With mechanic on the team, that very well could happen. Now Enchantress is going to be harassing though. Wow, what a nice flywheel there. Good mind games. Faster pickup is going to barely allow him to run away from the Enchantress. Wow. Wow, barely going to allow him to get away from the Enchantress. That's going to be a guaranteed kill. But now we have a different issue on our hands. How are you going to deal with a 99% cipher and a 73% cipher? And on top of that, that's what we know. Terror right here, Tier or GW's Hunter might be under a false assumption here that there's only he has 2 ciphers basically. That he might be under the false assumption that he has 2 ciphers. Now I can't tell if he sees the 99% cipher. Is this the 99% cipher? I can't tell. But if he knows that this is the 99% cipher, then I think he's realized that, oh my god, the survivors are baiting me, trying to make me think that I have more time when really I don't, when really the 4 ciphers are already primed. They just didn't pop it to trick me. Now he sees that in reality, they are still more ciphers to be done. Psychologist buff here. Really nice to see nice to see value out of it. But unfortunately not going to be great either against Opera Singer. Going to lead to this pallet being immediately broken. Going to get hit very quickly. Enchantress right here is working. No. Okay, so that cipher was actually... Honestly, I don't even know at this point if that cipher had progress or not. It's so hard to tell. I don't know if the cipher that Nanako was working on just now had progress or not. I wish I was watching her perspective at the bottom. But that's going to be a huge blink miss right here. It means that now Enchantress can wait a little bit longer on this rescue. And look at that. With the cipher not being anywhere close to primed, every second really matters right now. So that blink miss is probably going to be the difference maker between 3 people being alive and 2 people being alive. But wait a second, they still can't... Okay, now they're going to pop. Honestly, okay, I see why they pop, because the Enchantress doesn't have borrowed time, but now that means that it's going to be very easy to catch up to the Enchantress. Going to go after him right here. Does he miss a dash at any point? No, he doesn't. Or maybe he did, but he has the shadow back. I wasn't able to see. But in either case, doesn't matter. He quickly knocks down the Enchantress. Now going to go after the gate. Psychologist didn't have time to do enough of the gate. Going for a risky pal drop there. Risking getting hit through the pal, but it does mean that now he's on cooldown still, though. Going to get hit, unfortunately. Now, can he build on these 2 knockdowns? If he can get a win here, this is going to put GW survivors in such a safe position now. As long as they don't get 4-man, which even if they get 4-man, I'm pretty sure they would still win this. If GW can get a 3-man here, I think this is guaranteed win at this point. Because how many points would they be ahead? They would be ahead 5 points. Okay, so technically MRC could still get a 4-man and tie it up. But it's just going to be such a commanding lead that's going to force their Hunter to get a 4-kill, which is not an easy position. That's if he can get these chairs, though. That is not a gimme. That's not a gimme right now. Oh my goodness, but with the hit through the pallet, that is going to be much more looking like a gimme now. Now there's not enough time. There's not enough time for the Wildling to go for the rescue anymore because the Psychologist didn't get enough time. What is going on here? What in the heck? I have no idea what's going on here, but the Wildling gonna try to go away from the Opera, gonna end up pushing him from behind, and... Okay, same thing again. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose at this point. But now the Wildling gonna go down. And it's gonna be a 4-kill. A 4-kill. That is guaranteed. That's a guaranteed victory for GW here. Are we even going to see a second half? Are we even going to see them do this second half? I'm pretty sure that's just guaranteed. I'm pretty sure GW just wins here guaranteed because of a second 4-man in a row from them. Is this gonna be it? Are we gonna see an end here? But no. Maybe not. I'm not quite sure if we're going to end it right there, or are we still going to see a last match there for fun? But I'm pretty sure that's guaranteed. Because what was it? They were up 3 points, and now that lead just became 8 points. That is impossible to come back from. The most points you could get in a round is 5. Is 5 points with the enemy getting 0. There's no way to come back. So, incredible showing from right there from GW, pulling this victory from MRC's hands. They had such a nice start, and then the 4-kill on the exploit followed by a 4-kill on the Opera Singer. I mean, the Psychologist there getting hit last second. That was looking like not a guaranteed game. Like at least one should have gotten out there, most likely. The Wildling could have chosen to leave right there if he wanted to, but realizing that they were behind, wanted to get a little bit more. And honestly, I think that was a fine decision from the Wildling. Because logically speaking, that Psychologist should be able to last just long enough for the shadows to disappear so that he can go for the rescue. But right there, the Psychologist went down so quickly that the shadows didn't even have time to disappear. You need to like cut at least like 15 seconds for your rescuer to reliably rescue without the Hunter being immediately on top of them. And even if you get the rescue, you still need some time to not immediately be like on top of the Hunter, right? You know, you don't want the Hunter to be immediately on top of you even after you get the rescue, because that's the tension, right? You're just gonna have back-to-back kills against a Hunter like Opera Singer. So that didn't happen, unfortunately. Ending up going down very quickly there, which means that now he can go back to chair, and now Wildling is a sitting duck. There's just nothing that he could do there at that point. So yeah, really big difference maker right there. Honestly, looking back at this game, this was a pretty mediocre start, all things considered. Pretty average start for, what was it, for GW here. I was saying that this is looking like a tie situation here, but then all of a sudden pulling up so far ahead. And yeah, you guys can see here that it is a 8-point lead now. There's no way to come back from this as MRC. So MRC just lost this. Unfortunately, I guess we're still gonna see the second half. I guess they don't just immediately make the winning team win, but I mean, we already know MRC is gonna win, so we may as well see the last match through it all. And yes, we are gonna see one last match here. I mean, this match is just gonna be for fun. I'm not sure if we're gonna see them go serious here. Or are they gonna go like for fun? Are we gonna see like Mind's Eye Explorer, like full Deco team? Would be kind of fun to see. Would be fun to see that I'll see them do whatever they want. Because they really can do whatever they want. This should be a guaranteed win. Again, unless someone can correct me in the chat, from my years of playing this game and watching competitive, pretty sure this is just a straight up win right here. So a little bit confused that we're not ending it, but I guess this is like the culture in tournaments here. So just keep going, even if you've already won. So yeah, we'll see here. We'll see what they go, but really not much to say at this point. We may as well just reminisce on the old games. I mean, again, Axeboy game, a very good start. Listen, the thing about Axeboy is I have to be honest here. That Axeboy match, like, yeah, that was really incredible. But guys, we have to be totally honest here. The Lanternist just didn't have a good start. She messed up at the very start, which meant that now later on in the Kai, she was in a bad spot. She was in a really bad spot against the Soul, just went down immediately. Back-to-back Soul hits, right? If she didn't get hit the first time, honestly, even with the first hit, she still could have done a better job there routing. And especially getting the speed boost hit from the Soul, like you get the speed boost still after your Lantern's ability ends. So I don't know how it happened there that she ended up still being so far behind to the point where the Hunter could just hit another Soul on her. But yeah, that was really all up to the survivors right there. Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush and say, oh my goodness, this Axeboy totally outplayed the survivors. No, there's just like sometimes you just make a mistake as a survivor and just the Kai ends really quickly, and that's totally understandable. That happens sometimes. Maybe not as often in tournament situations, but it does happen sometimes. Low-key, the Stars almost like made it a tie though, because the Hunter could not make up their mind who they wanted to chase, which almost backfired. Almost backfired swapping those chairs constantly. This is why you gotta tell them Identity 5. This is why you don't switch chairs. But yeah. And then the second game, this third game, what even happened? I mean, it was a pretty typical chase right here. Pretty typical chase, got blink out. Wasn't insanely long, Kai, but wasn't insanely short either. Looking like a tie. And then, I mean, what started going downhill? Well, I don't even remember what started going downhill. I think that's just like the Wildling didn't get the balloon rescue. I'd need like a repeat on that match to remember exactly what happened. Yo, wasn't that mechanic like getting her last chair when there was a Cypher at 99 and another Cypher at like 60? That's a very good position to be in as Survivor. So it's honestly incredible that they still didn't manage to tie that game. I forgot exactly what led to that at this point, because it's not like he immediately knocked someone down after the mechanic. It took quite a while to still knock someone down. And I really don't understand how they still managed to 4-man that game. Like, how? Like, against all rhyme or reason that I'm saying out loud right now, that should not be a 4-man. That should not be a 4-man kill. I'd have to like look back at the match to like see where things start going wrong there. There must have been something that I don't remember anymore. But yeah, right here, we're going to see Gravekeeper, Puppeteer. Gravekeeper is such a strong rescuer. The fact that they still have him in round 3 is honestly amazing. Puppeteer is just going to be very good here as well. Composer's good. I like Composer. I feel like a lot of people underestimate Composer. Guys, Lawyer needs to do 100% of a cypher. Listen, let me put it this way. Why I like Composer better than Lawyer. Lawyer needs time to build up his ability to move faster and his ability to evolve faster. So as a first Kai, he's not all that great. Okay, as an ability, he's already on the back foot trying to build up those stats in the first place. His buff definitely helped him build it up faster, but it's not going to be maximum, right? But even at maximum, I like Composer honestly better. Because of the fact that speed boost he gets is technically, if we're counting just purely seconds, even though it's over the course of more seconds, which means you have to activate it sooner, technically, Composer's ability is 0.5 seconds longer than Broken Windows. Broken Windows lasts 3 seconds, and Composer gets 0.5 seconds of speed boost 7 times. The first time you use it counts, and then you get 6 notes after that. So 7 uses, 7 50% speed buffs for half a second. That is longer than Broken Windows if you add it up. And he gets that, like, what, every 50 seconds? So he basically just has a third Broken Windows on him. So, I mean, in my opinion, he's just a better kiter than Lawyer for starters. Okay? Maybe on Leo's memory, Lawyer might be better because of the fact it's a big building and it is important to see where the hunter is at all times. But in terms of just raw kiting and not being able to, assuming you know where the hunter is at all times, technically Composer's better. And we're still gonna go for the Blood Queen here, not like it really matters. But yeah, and then it's kind of silly because the only thing Lawyer really is better at than Composer is rescuing because he can't get terror shocked. And also he has a veteran bonus, so if he gets hit far from chair, he can make it to the chair still. But Composer, on the other hand, I would say has a better kiting ability, and he also has better decode. Why does he have better decode, Seki? Because think about it like this. Lawyer gets, what, 0.75% faster decode every 5%. I'll translate that for you. That means that to get his 15% faster decode, you need to decode 100%. Composer, on his fastest song setting, so you can, like, in the settings manually choose what songs you allow in Composer, so you only allow the song that gets you to your 20% decode faster. This is a real tech, by the way. The song you choose does matter as Composer as to how fast you get the maximum decode buff. So for those wondering, I forgot which one it is, but it's the one that's very intense. It's the song that's very intense. Does that help? I'm pretty sure only one of them is intense. Okay, so I forgot what it was. I forgot the name, but basically that song allows you to get 20% faster decoding and only 30%. So compare the numbers. Lawyer, 15% faster over the course of 100% decode versus Composer gets 20% faster. So more decode speed in only 30%? Bro, sign me up. Composer is better than Lawyer in decode, technically speaking. By a huge margin, by the way. Not just percent-wise, but also how quickly you can actually get the percent-wise. Or sorry, what percent we're talking about. You get it faster, and you get more of it. So just, by all means, Composer is technically a better decoder. Maybe not a better kiter, because of, in tournaments-wise. But in terms of rank, definitely Composer all the way. But yeah, enough ranting about Composer, Lawyer, and why Composer is secretly better than Lawyer, and all the low tiers play Lawyer, or even high tiers, because they cannot see, or they cannot figure out what the hunter is. I don't know why people play Lawyer over Composer nowadays, but anyway, in tournaments makes sense, because honestly, Composer's not all that great against Opera and stuff like that, or Go Men. Lawyer is technically a little better, but not by much. Anyway, we're going to be seeing Prospector here get first chase, which is actually not good, because Prospector is, I mean, he has no counter to Blood Queen. Ooh, almost got hit there because of Impulsive, and now he's gonna go down to Amiri here. Honestly, MRC could win this game. This is looking like potentially a winning game here, because I mean, he got ciphers down to only 50% when his first chair is happening. This is pretty good for him. Getting a survivor down in 2 mirrors is ideal as Blood Queen. It's the whole reason you play Blood Queen. But looking at the rest of this team comp, what do they have here? They have Puppeteer, they have Gravekeeper. This is not great for Blood Queen. She does get 1 mirror, one shovel out here. And is he going to get a hit? Oh, no, he hits the chair. A little bit sad. Somehow that hit the chair, not sure how. I wish you could see the perspective on that a little bit closer instead of this tiny screen in the bottom left. Right here, not going to be able to get the hit. Gonna try to hit the Gravekeeper. Unfortunately, not gonna matter. Not gonna end up getting it. So now, Gravekeeper could honestly do a second rescue. Great flywheel right here from the Prospector. Gonna cancel the blink. Oh, but the Magnet gonna cause him to still get hit anyway. A little bit sad there. Gonna get chaired right here. In this chair. What can I say? I mean, it's so hopeless because Bailu already knows that his team's not gonna be able to make it. So this is all just for show at this point. Puppeteer. Did he just hit the chair again? That mirror, if that mirror hits the chair, that counts as a chair hit. So he has to be careful here. Wow, what a crazy magnet stun. The fact that they counted as a magnet stun for that long, insane. Good work from the Prospector right there, angling that stun. Prospector right here, gonna try to kite his best that he can. Puppeteer, best case scenario, only took 1 chip hit. Means he has 2 more uses to counter the mirror. And unfortunately messing up the mirror, getting stuck on an obstacle. Ooh, but he does get the hit still. Good work. Impulsive coming in really nice there. Also, keep in mind, the devs have added, I forgot what the new trait is called, but the trait that increases your speed buff when you leave a survivor. It actually triggers there when a mirror is chasing a survivor. So you actually get a significant speed up there from Impulsive, from the 8% from Impulsive, plus the 5% from, I forgot what it's called. It's just on the tip of my tongue. But right there, technically that counts as leaving the target, so she got that 15-second buff for 5%, which is actually really nice on Blood Queen. Very nice bonus. Right here, we're going to see the Gravekeeper take chase here. Sees that the mirror is a miss, so he's going to opt to save the rest of the shovel now. Very smart choice. Not just brainlessly staying in the shovel, purposely getting out of it, saving it for the next mirror. Look at that. He still has half a shovel left. That's good for another whole mirror. So he essentially is going to stop 2 mirrors with just 1 shovel. That's insane value. That is very good. Right here, Blood Queen is playing very safe, very slow. Unfortunately, not going to get the hit on the Gravekeeper, though. Maybe now he can get it. Needs to play some mind games. Doesn't play the mind game and instead gets hit there. I mean, he tried, but he didn't manage to get it. It's really hard. Blood Queen just has a really good hitbox. We're going to end up seeing Gravekeeper now have to... I mean, honestly, he doesn't even have to play that safe because he could still take a hit inside of a shovel as long as he reacts to it. As long as he reacts to the mirror quick enough. Now, going to get mirrored on again. This time, not so accurate. Going to try to move the mirror, but it's still not really on top of the stars. Are they going to get surprised here? Is the mirror behind a wall? No, they see it. They see it and they start running away from it. Okay, so good call from them. Good thing that they saw it, played it safe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't see it. They just played it safe. Composer here, getting good use of these garbage pallets here. Right here now, purposely going around the pallet and not immediately vaulting it because there's no point. When the hunter's breaking this pallet, you may as well go around the other pallet. Honestly, why not transition entirely? Why did he stay in this garbage area? I'm not sure why. There's 2 other good pallets right here. In my opinion, risking a basic hit for no reason. But it's not going to matter in the end. He doesn't take it anyway. And his ability is technically infinite. So if he wants to use it, he can. Gravekeeper going to take a hit right here. Puppeteer healed him. And now the Cypher pops. This is a pretty safe tie position. Gate is already being worked on, which means it's going to force the hunter to make a choice here. It's going to force the hunter to address the situation immediately. He's going to get the game. He's going to get them off the gate for a little bit, but they just go right back on it. This Composer here, using his speed up very nicely. Look at that well-timed speed up. Gonna make it so the mirror is completely useless. How disappointing. And now it's just gonna mean that he has to go for the gate. But the thing is, this gate is... It's gonna be open. If he can... oh no, but he doesn't have a shovel. Okay, I was gonna say open the gate and then go and shovel. But no, that's not gonna work out. Plus, he had Blink anyway. And he didn't even have a shovel to begin with. I mean... Could it be a tie? Could it be a win here for the Blood Queen, I mean? I don't think so. I think he's hoping that maybe someone runs into him by mistake, hoping for a miracle. That the Stars just make a mistake here and run into him instead of going straight for the gate. But nope, Composer goes straight for the gate. And that is going to be a victory for GW. I mean, we already knew it was going to be a victory for GW. But I guess they played the last match for fun. And right here, GW is going to get the victory here. Congrats to GW. Honestly, was not expecting this. What a turnaround. Because I mean, MRC was in the lead, dude. MRC was in the lead, and then GW gets a crazy 4-man with Axe. Again, not that crazy because the first guy was admittedly pretty bad. Nothing really that impressive from the Exploit. Just unfortunately just a bad kite. Followed up by a really good. I don't even remember what happened in the Opera Singer game. Like what? I want to go back and we're going to watch a little bit exactly what happened in the Opera Singer match because I do want to, of course, talk about it. And we're going to see exactly what is going on here. Why was that a 4-man? Why was that a 4-man? This sounds so rude to say, but... yeah, let's see here what happened. Bro, GW's Hunters, by the way, popping off with that 4-man.
队友直接开也行。
那得抓周术师。
Yeah, so going back, very good situation right here. Yeah, so we're gonna go back and review this game a little bit. How is this a 4-man? Right here. No one's been on chair. 2 people healthy. He's not chasing the half-health person either, bro. Come on. Finds the robot, so literally chasing no one at this point. Not even a full health person. This Cypher art right here, this is the 73% Cypher. So the 99% Cypher was a complete surprise to GW. He didn't even... Because I'm sure... Listen, as a hunter, I'm sure you guys would be like, oh, there's 2 Cyphers remaining. Surely there's now like... another Cypher that's 99%, because in reality he was really down to 1 Cypher here, and they were kind of fooling him with it. Because if a hunter knows they're down to 1 Cypher, they're more likely to protect the Cyphers. You see now, he's letting the Cyphers go. He's not keeping as good of an eye on it, taking this chase right here in this area. And I guess what happened was that he just caught a Psychologist in the bad area. She didn't really use her mobility ability that well. I don't really know why the stream went forwards when I paused it, but if we go back to Psychologist Kite here, she just ended up getting stuck here. She was full health, but she ends up going down in like a matter of, I don't know, what was it, 20 seconds? She really just ends up going down here in like basically 20 seconds. I mean, we can count. The timer's in the bottom left right here. 3 minutes and 50. Right around when this chase starts. Around 3 minutes and 52. 3 minutes 50 if we're being generous. Right here. Puts herself in a corner. Yeah, puts herself in a corner and uses her ability when she's anyway going to get hit. Runs into the shadow because she used her ability. She has no way to escape this area to avoid the shadow, just immediately cornering her in. So this chase started at 3 minutes 50, and yep, that was basically a 25-second cut. At full health and an ability. Gonna go down very quickly. You have to keep in mind that recovery alone takes 4 seconds each time you get a survivor, or 5 seconds kind of. So really like 10 seconds of that was just in recovery. So really like a 15-second kite, honestly. But then he misses this blink. Yeah, so I guess 2 things mattered here. The Psychologist going down so quickly, and then Enchantress having no borrowed time. Because now he just goes after Enchantress. Honestly, this wasn't all that great of a triple stack here. I don't even think it was a good idea that they popped here, because they just... The Cypher pop is just so late. It was just so late. Enchantress without borrowed time. Just has no escape here. Runs into the shadow. So she didn't even at least use her stun to go to like to an undrop pallet. Like right here? Right here, if the Enchantress just went to the undrop pallet here in front of her instead of going for the window, like right here. Like I know it's technically more distance, but if you go to this pallet right here, you at least have a chance of getting the hunter to lose their ability to stun her inside of the dash, right? To at least have a chance. Right, this is not going to be good enough. This is just not good enough. Taking the easy approach is not good enough here. Because she's running into the shadow clones, taking a hit. Oh, but she didn't have a stun though. She got that from the hit. She basically needs a YOLO pallet stun. Man, that's a really difficult situation. Right here, Psychologist just goes down. I mean, in this case, you could argue, why didn't the Psychologist leave? Why did the Psychologist do this gay? With no teleport up, why did the Psychologist do this gay? I'm being very critical here. I know, but I also want to realize here that this should have been a tie. Should have been a tie. And yet now, purposely chairing next to the Psychologists. Now, when she picks herself up, like, yeah, she picks herself up, but during that time when she was on the ground, Opera Singer spent it making it up to her. Wildling is going in for the rescue, and then Psychologist just unfortunately getting hit through the pallet right here. And this was the nail in the coffin at this point, because now Wildling can't go for the rescue, but Wildling also can't go for the gate. The gate's too far away at this point. This was absolutely crazy, by the way, that counted. Yeah. So, two things. Psychologist getting seen and going down that quickly, and then Enchantress without the borrowed time. The pop was really awkward. The pop was really awkward going for the pop there. The triple stack was not the best value triple stack. Because it just meant Enchantress goes down really quickly. I wonder if there's a universe. Is there a universe where they just let the Psychologist get chaired and then just pop? Well, no, because then they basically still get a one-man still. They had the one-man here as well, regardless. Like, Wilding could have escaped, but he wanted to go for more. I mean, understandably so, like I said. Understandably so that he tried to go for more. I mean, no one was expecting the Psychologist to just go down that quickly. I mean, but what do you do, though? Like, critique all you want. What do you do in this situation? This is a very difficult spot to be in. No pallets to really use. But I mean, this is also not great. Wilding popped that server as soon as he could. Yeah, this is like a game that's going to come down to the small things. Like, if anyone, for some reason, was behind on a Cypher machine, that this is like the only way I could see them getting out of this position. But at this point, it's nothing that they can stop in the time being. It was something they had to fix early on. And so if they had like a slow Cypher rush in the early game, this is where it bit them. Because at this point, I don't see any out. I don't see any out at this point. And Enchantress with no borrowed time. And on top of that, Psychologist took the hit before the Cypher was primed, which means Enchantress now has to protect her. Because, I mean, think about it. If you let her get chaired and then stun, then now the Hunter just goes after Enchantress. And now Enchantress doesn't have borrowed time. You guys are stuck in the exact same situation where someone at half health has to rescue. Even if that person has borrowed time against a Hunter like Opera Singer, it's going to be so easy to catch up to both and knock you both down. Especially in this area. Guys, this area has no pallets. Every single pallet at Moongate has been used. The good ones, at least. That would just be such a fast knockdown. I mean, this was pretty much a checkmate situation. Like, if Enchantress lets the chair on Psychologist happen and uses the triple stack there, then, like I said, now... I mean, I guess now the Psychologist can body block for her. Now, who says the Psychologist can't just body block for the Enchantress? Now, okay, you know what? That's their one out. The one out is the Enchantress lets the chair on the Psychologist happen, because that was just her first chair. And then stun. That way, you safely have the Cypher pop without everyone still being next to each other. Or just have Psychologist not do the gate. Honestly, that's their other choice. But I feel like their best choice there was letting the chair on the Psychologist happen. Then getting the stun on the chair. And then Psychologist has to body block for Enchantress because she has no borrowed time. But at least that way, when the body block happens, the Cypher's prime, right? Because right there, Psychologist took the hit. And the Cypher wasn't ready yet. So then they're like, oh, I'll triple stack, right? But Enchantress has no borrowed time. She just immediately gets chased. So, yeah, difficult situation for sure. That's going to be it, though. We're just now in our interview section. So, I'll be back. We're going to be back for the second matchup. For now, guys, thank you so much for joining. We'll be back for the second matchup, which we will see what it is. In the meantime, guys, though, we're going to have a small break. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you guys in a few minutes. Take care, everybody. I'll be back. All right, everybody, we are back and we're going to be coming at you live with the next section of IVL Day 7. We're going to be showing Act versus Dow 5, commentating it, showing to you guys live what's going on in the Chinese esports scene, matchup by matchup. Today, like I said, we're going to be seeing Act, which is one of the more lesser known teams, one of the less popular teams, going up against Dow 5, a former Call of Abyss champion team right here. Are they still able to hold up like in the good old golden days? We'll have to find out after this IVL and see how they do. In the meantime, you guys can see all the players here lined up. Looks like we might have, I think, Act surviving first because they went to the left, or maybe that's where the exit is. But let's see. No. No one is lining up. No one is sitting down. So all the players are already there to play. You guys can see them all one by one. I'm sure we're going to have introduction screens for the teams as well, which we'll see in a moment. But in the meantime, I'm your host, this guy on the left, and your other guy on the right. No, just kidding. That's not them. I'm not them. This is me. It is me, Psyche, and today we're going to be commentating Act versus Dow 5. Now again, Dow 5 has shown an incredible showing of performance and showing an incredible showing. Wow, the commentary is riveting. But yeah, has shown to be a very good, I believe it was Survivor team, I think it was, in the last matchup, or was it Hunter? Can't remember, but the last matchup we did, they were keeping up with the enemy team, so they were not falling behind, they were keeping on pace. And I believe in the end, I think they did win in the end. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. It would be nice if they showed like the group stages, the group leaderboard, so we can see who's first, who's second, who's third. Unfortunately, I've been watching the live stream this whole time. They haven't been showing who is on top yet. Maybe they will show it here before we go into the first round. But in either case right here, we are going to be seeing Dow 5 ban the maps, and Act has map pick, which is a pretty strong advantage to have. It means that whatever hunter your hunter wanted to play first, that's going to be the map that's priority. If there's a specific hunter they wanted to pick, now they can pick that map that is good for their hunter. Because generally speaking, you want to give the map favor to your hunter, because as a Survivor team, it's your job to get used to the map. So that way when you pick the map, not only is it good for your hunter and your hunter's comfortable with it because of the hunter they're going to play on it, but also surely if you guys have trained and prepared well, the Survivor team should also be comfortable going against the other hunters on the same map. Because if you play Ever Sleeping for your hunter, surely you as a result play as survivors and you learn how to play on the map as survivors. So very strong advantage to have map pick, especially round 1. But later on in maps like in rounds like round 3, it actually is better to have faction pick, because if your team is ahead, then that allows your team to be hunter second, and then that gives you a choice of like, okay, did we fall behind? Do I now need to go for a win as my hunter, or can I just go for a tie hunter? So it's kind of interesting how it changes the dynamic there a little bit. Right here we have Act. You guys see the players here. Dow 5 only having 6 players, but it does not matter how many players you have. You need minimum 4 survivors and 1 hunter. The subs are in case anyone is feeling down or out of it, and mentality-wise, it's nice to have some subs. So yeah. Also, is Ellie in the chat? Hey, Psyche Baloo, why are you awake? What do you mean, why am I awake? I'd be streaming these. We'd be commentating. Gotta commentate these. These are 1 a.m. at our time. I mean, surely you know you used to do these paid, brother. I'm not getting paid for this. Damn, bro. Can someone pay me, please? $1 would be nice. Alright, Act. We see Act looks like they're surviving first. Matador is his favorite survivor. How original. How original. Don't we love all original survivor picks? Ellie, you could be going Matador. Instead of going Enchantress, you could be upgrading. You could be learning the new meta. Dude, Matador is busted. Like, it's so easy to play. Guys, are they holding mustard? IVL mustard? What is that yellow bottle? Can someone please explain to me why are they holding a yellow-looking mustard IVL bottle? Anyway, guys, we got Act Ling Yun here. Looks like he's going to be the rescue main of his team. I feel you for you, man. I feel for you. I'm so sorry, but I always say that because I'm the rescue man on my team. No! But anyway, it's so funny because I'm also the main guy who 1v1s our hunters. Right now, I'm the main guy. I don't think anyone else on our team is 1v1ing our hunter for practice. He's getting a lot of practice, though, is the good news. And I think good practice, because he's not killing me that quick. No, he's having a rough, especially, bro, especially when when he switch up the maps and we're not going to the same area. Bro, sometimes these kites are destruction. So it's good if your rescuer knows how to kite, because then your rescuer can save those important resources later on that match. So it's still very important to know how to kite well as a rescuer, have those good fundies, as Mickey likes to say. Anyway, looks like we have another player there that I just completely missed because I was self-absorbed in myself. Oh, the comment section is gonna be like, psych, he's so into himself. He didn't even pay attention to who was up on the screen. Anyway, next up we got Gao Gao. Magician Explorer. Interesting Explorer. I like myself Explorer. Explorer's fun to play, but it never really works out for me, unfortunately. But he is still fun to play regardless. Seki, I can finally hear the music, but do note it's a wee bit loud, but I like the place. I put it louder at the beginning of the start. I personally put it louder because of the fact that I don't want to put it too low. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I just had it loud at the start, though. It was just loud at the start. Anyway, we're going to see Act's coach right here. I totally missed their hunter while doing that. Act's coach right here. Oh, no, they didn't show their hunter. And Dow 5's hunter is going to be MHXM. We've seen him before. Gonna have... what's her name? Queen Bee, and opera singer. Also has some... Looks like, I don't know if that's like representing his team right there on that piece of paper. Were there 6 faces on there? If that was 6 faces, then maybe. And this is going to be MHX's coach for this round at least. Dao 5 Yan. Personally not familiar with him. If anyone is familiar with him in the chat, let me know. Was he like an ex-competitive player? Curious to see if anyone is familiar with these coaches. Anyway, looks like we're going to be waiting here on the first round. A lot of the first round is like getting adjusted, using the... What is that bottle? Is that like a mustard bottle? What is that? You know, getting your hands not sweaty. Like they have like special dust for that. Oh, I forgot to turn off the fan. Oops. Ah, nice and peaceful. Anyway, gonna be waiting here. Round 1. Oopsie. That fan must have been hella annoying. That fan must have been so annoying. Whew. It's actually so quiet. I had headphones on. I have headphones, bro. Imagine what it was like on the mic. Yikes. Anyway, gonna be waiting here. Slowly waiting for the survivors and hunters to... Honestly, I'm not sure what's taking them so long, because like I get it, like the first few matchups you change your settings around, maybe like definitely the first matchup, but I don't know what we're doing here on day 7 that's still taking this long to start. What are we doing, dog? What's going on? Oh, are we starting? Looks like we're starting. Yep, we're starting. All right, so we're gonna be going into 30 seconds to ban the first 2 survivors. It's going to be Archer and Enchantress. Okay. These are good bans for Go-Man, but also could be good against Queen Bee, especially because Queen Bee does move faster than normal hunters, so Archer is super annoying with the laceration. Archer, going to be banned here. In response, we're going to see Gravekeeper and Aquarian. Good counter against Go-Man, both of them. They are using Gravekeeper round 1, though, which is a little bit scary. He's probably, in my opinion, the best rescuer in the game right now. So using him around 1 is gonna open up the hunter to less scary rescuers later on in this matchup. Stuff like Mercenary that can be more easily countered by hunters like Opera Singer they'll be forced to use. But In exchange, you're going to go Aeroplanist, which is another survivor here that you rather use in the early game rather than in the late game. Because most hunters are not going to go Opera round 1. So you rather use him before people start pulling out Opera Singer. Still good against Shadow. Honestly, I'm not really sure why we see Aeroplanist. Because honestly, we don't really see Shadow round 1 either, if I'm being honest. If I use the same logic that I just used, then technically we don't see Shadow round 1 either. I mean, I guess you want to play around all your bases, right? We might not see Shadow that often, but it could just be because the survivors are playing around Shadow very well every round. So, like, it's giving the hunters few options to begin with. Which is going to be pretty good here against Queen Bee, though, if he chooses to go with it. Also good against Goldman. I like this team comp. I like it. I like it. The only thing it might not be good to is, like, well, no. Because the other options are still also pretty good against Opera Singer. Man, what do you pick here? They're picking their Persona builds right now. Do you pick Shadow here? I wonder if there's ever a universe you could go Shadow against his team comp. I don't think so, though. Queen Bee it is. Man, but Queen Bee is not going to be easy here. Gravekeeper can go under the ground so you don't farm any bees off of him. You're very glad we don't see Shadow since she's boring to watch. No, that's fine to say. Even if you were here, that I wouldn't mind to say. Like, that's your opinion. No, it's totally okay to say that. What I meant is, like, when the match drags out, you don't gotta say it. Anyway, or it's being a bad mood about it. Like, bro, you're allowed to have opinion. Just try not to be in a bad mood is like my #1 advice as a commentator. Anyway, we're gonna have Aeroplanist spawn on the left side, Antiquarian spawning to the right, Magician. I mean, this is a pretty typical spawn. This is not my preferred Ever Sleeping spawn. I really don't like this spawn, in all honesty. I mean, I guess Aeroplanist can go to Corner House. Like, yeah, it opens up Aeroplanist to have more Cypher options, but then again, it also takes a while for him to start his first Cypher. His best case is that the Cypher spawns, like, in the alleyway. But that's, I mean, I guess it's not that long then. Alright, looks like we're going to have Tide Magician, Tide Aeroplanist, and Tide Gravekeeper. So we're going to see triple Tide here. Gravekeeper running Doctor as well. Man, should I be running Doctor in tournaments as a Rescuer? I mean, does it really make sense, though? I guess Gravekeeper and the Rescuers in general tend to not be first chase, so if anyone's likely to heal anyone, it's probably going to be the Rescuer. But then again, Rescuer's usually the one who's injured, so that's why I don't really like Doctor on my Rescuers typically. Because usually it's them who usually need the healing, not other people. So, I mean, but it's still good to have in case you need to reset as a team. So that very often does happen where you have like 2 injured people and a Rescuer needs to be healed and also heal someone else. Anyway, we're gonna have Queen Bee here. Gravekeeper just no balls, immediately decoding the Cypher machine in front of her. Everyone is on Cyphers immediately here. The Cypher rush is very good. This is going to be very good Cypher rush. No one is slow on Cyphers this game. Airplane is going to choose to use his jetpack sooner than later, it looks like. Queen Bee gonna... Ooh, not going to hit. That was very close to a hit, though. Right here. Are we going to see another jetpack use out of him? Is going to dodge that one. Nice. Going to dodge it again. Ooh, hits the pal. If that didn't hit the pal, that would have been a hit. Right here, the airplane is jetpack. Not the best. It's going to be a guaranteed hit here. Yeah. You see how insane that hitbox is? Don't underestimate that hitbox. Gonna miss here. The pal's stun. Ooh, almost goes down there. That was a little scary. Honestly, this kite's looking a little bit dangerous. It could be worse. Yeah. It's okay, I guess. It's an okay kite. It wasn't anything amazing. It was a nice start, but I mean, some way over there, he just wasn't able to get back to the fake gate pallet. That fake gate pallet is really important to use at some point. he never got to use value out of it. He didn't even use it. He used the windows, which is good, but then you preserve the pal, you don't even get to use it in the end. What is he? By the way, look at this. Getting value from the bees without being next to him. Wow, look at this. This is some good value right here. Farming, that's not easy to do. Imagine trying to do that. That is hard. Wow, okay, so I don't even know how he's doing that. He's probably... I gotta teach my hunter that. Anyway, that you can do that. Alright, but anyway. Gonna go straight after the Airplanist here, but Airplanist doesn't have any abilities left. He does have broken windows. He does have tie turret. He's purposely not killing the Airplanist here to farm up energy. I see. Okay. So he's trying to farm up as much energy before he dies in tie turner. Gonna get picked up right here. Slight split here in the stream. We're gonna go right back to it. Chairing the Airplanist right here. Gravekeeper cannot give energy when he's underground, so very good to be playing Gravekeeper here. I mean, this is just in general a very hard Queen Bee team comp, in all honesty. Very difficult to deal with. Magician great, Antiquarian is decent, Airplanist is fine, Gravekeeper very good. Right here, can he get a Terror Shock here? Can he get a Stuff? Anything can happen in with Queen Bee. Ooh, but a great push there from the Gravekeeper. Gotta prevent that swing, not even gonna give him enough time to Terror Shock him. I mean, I wonder if he would have had enough time. I don't think so. But yeah, you see what I was saying? This pallet is still here. He got good value out of the window, but he never got a chance to use this pallet. If only he had a shot at using the pallet. Right here, trying to slow ball here to try to stall out. Antiquarian should get the rescue here. She does get the rescue. Gonna commit all of her sticks here. She has nothing else to work with. That's it. She's gonna need to hope that this teammate can survive long enough. But with full presence, he's not going to be able to. And the hunter, knowing that she's on cooldown, is not even going to go after the Antiquarian. Just going to get this guaranteed kill. But you know what? They were so close here to popping the last Cyber Machine. Honestly, that was almost a potential like 4-man endgame right here. Granted, Airplanes didn't have borrowed time, so it doesn't matter that much. But right here, in a pretty dominant position. Everyone here, the only person who had borrowed time was Gravekeeper. And honestly, no one needed borrowed time, technically. So, honestly, this was best case scenario right here. MHX going to try to go for the gate. Get a little bit of energy off the Gravekeeper here. Now going straight back for the Magician. Magician, though, this is a very good area for a Magician. Because look at this. Straight lines means that it's pretty relatively easy to also block the shots. Right here, going to try to dodge it. He does dodge it. Puts the hunter in recovery, which is technically better. And now, as a result, he's going to get put on chair with one illusion left on him. But his teammates are already out. It didn't take long at all for them to already get out. So good work right there from the survivors right here. Just getting a super safe tie. Antiquarian almost coming in and stalling just that little bit for the survivors to almost get a 4-man endgame there. Like I said, granted, Airplanist didn't have borrowed time. Antiquarian also didn't have borrowed time. So it's really just to guarantee that they pop the ciphers. And that the hunter doesn't have time to like fly up to one and then abnormal it. So it was still a good move nonetheless from the Antiquarian right there. So good work right there. Good stuff. And right there is going to be a 2-2 situation with Magician, Gravekeeper, Airplanist, Antiquarian. Now I will say these are a lot of strong survivors that they've already used early on, which is the one downside of this team comp is that they've used a lot of good survivors. So we're going to have to see some, like, probably some lucky guys now. I'm sure we'll see First Officer as well. But yeah, it's going to be hard because stuff like Archer is still surely going to be banned. Cheerleader might be banned as well. It really depends on what the hunter chooses. There's a lot of good survivor options. They also still have their Puppeteer option that they could go, depending on what the hunter does and doesn't ban. And yeah, we're gonna see a 2-2 situation right here. Pretty safe. You know, what can you say about this? Nowadays, the game has become a lot more like trying to be safe, trying to play safe, and trying to see if your hunter can get a lead rather than the survivors trying to get a lead. Those days of like survivors consistently getting 3 cyber kites or using teamwork to their advantage, I'm not gonna say they're over. They're definitely not over, but it's a lot harder. Hunters have a lot more control over their movement and their ability cooldowns. I mean, Queen Bee has 0-second cooldowns. She has naturally 13% movement speed as long as she's constantly using those Bs. And then just to top it all off, full presence, can just go wherever she wants. So if she pushes a harasser away from her target, then now she just goes back to full presence, teleports back on the person. Even without full presence, it's still very good how you can just leave the Bs on someone, push the harasser away, and then, yeah. Just a lot more control nowadays over the hunters. That makes it a lot harder to work as a team and try to counter the hunter. Understandably so, you know, when the meta was like was just slow moving hunters like Sculptor and Bonbon, teamwork is a lot more like important that back then, because it just matters a lot more. Like, yeah, you could technically also 3-server kite those hunters, but harassing was just way more effective. So if you can consistently harass, why not? Right? Literally, why not? Nowadays, times have changed. It's not that simple anymore. So we're gonna probably see, if I had to guess, probably another tie here from the survivors on the L5 side. That's, again, usually that's what happens, or that's their goal, to try to tie the match. If they can push for more, that's great. If not, completely understandable. Not the mustard bottle again. Surely that's gotta be like something that like gets away the sweat in their hands. Surely, right? Like a hand dryer kind of. Momming here. I'm gonna be playing. He's gonna be the rescue main for Dalphi right here. Looks like gonna be playing mercenary and first officer. 1 second. Looks like the music restarted. All right. All right. Should be good now. Playlist should be shuffled and it should be going constantly. So we have Chen here. Gonna be playing, mostly relatively kiter options here. Puppeteer and Psychologist. You don't see Psychologist that often nowadays, but Puppeteer definitely a very important survivor to have someone on your team play. He's just one of those like must-have survivors nowadays, just because he's just so good at dealing with all the meta hunters. Worst case scenario, he's just guaranteed kite time, which in a situation where you just want to tie, Puppeteer's pretty damn good at that. A little bit hard to win with technically, but hey, definitely in terms of tournaments, Puppeteer's great at his job, man. That's all you can really ask of him. If he can get better than that, great. But anyway, Puppeteer's definitely gotten a lot of buffs over the years as well. He definitely was nowhere close to as good as he is now. They definitely fixed a lot of the issues, like the main one being that you couldn't use your puppet in Tide Turner. Anyway, I believe that was ZZ9, or what was his name? But anyway, right there we just saw the Hunter 4. It's going to be for Act right there, hunting. Let's see how well the Dog 5 survivors can do. Can they get a tie here, or can they do better? Can they get a win? It's going to come down to this. So, very interested to see. Can the mic pick up on me, like, drinking water? Can it pick up on that? Honestly, I have no idea. It looks like it does. Anyway. Gonna be waiting for the next match to start. My voice is slowly getting drier and drier. But it's okay. We'll tough it out. Waiting for the match to start. And it looks like we're going to begin. So, Queen Bee is definitely an option here that we could see. Usually we're going to see that. First thoughts are Gravekeeper, automatic bans. Oh no, it's Moonlight. Moonlight is the hunting, not ZZ9. ZZ9 might even be a survivor. What am I talking about? First officer, Gravekeeper, and in response we're going to see Escapologist. in my experience, Escapologist has been very good at doing a good job against Queen Bee. Is he the best? Maybe not. Gravekeeper's better. But if you can use a weaker rescuer and still counter a hunter very strongly, why not? Leave those stronger options for later. Just to secure stronger endgames for like the enemy team, like right now, Act has already used Gravekeeper. So if they can get away with a tie here and come out with only using Escapologist, coming out with only using Lucky Guy, yes, it's a bigger risk that they might lose this match now by picking these weaker survivors. But if they can get a tie here, and I definitely think Escapologist is up to the task here against Queen Bee. Definitely a very good survivor against Queen Bee. I usually don't say good stuff about Escapologist, but he's very good against Queen Bee. Because, why? Because the fog wall blocks shots. You can essentially make your own wall that you can pass through, but also blocks Queen Bee's shots. And it lasts for a long, long time. It lasts for, what is it, 15 seconds? A very good amount of time. Very good. To just constantly just prevent her from hitting you with shots, as long as you place it well. Enchantress here, going to be his other ban. In response, we saw, I think it was the, I can't remember what it was anymore. Was it Lucky Guy or was a Magician? I can't remember who was the third pick. And then Archer as the last pick. As we can still see, Archer is one of the best survivors in the game. Definitely use her if you guys are not using her. Lucky Guy, not so much, but Archer definitely. Archer definitely be worth using nowadays. Magician, though, very good. I'm so happy to see Magician like round 1. Magician definitely deserves to be up here in at least some of the rounds. And although a little bit sad to see him used as like more of like a, I mean, not even necessarily throwaway. He's just good regardless of the round, especially against Queen Bee here, because you can clearly see when Queen Bee starts shooting and then you just counter it with an illusion. You get a huge speed buff from it. Absolutely ginormous. So yeah, Queen Bee right here. What did you expect? But yeah, Escapologist is going to be very good against Queen Bee. So I'm hoping we see him get chased here first. Lucky Guy, it's fine. It's fine. He can last. He can last. Magician is going to be very good. And Fire Investigator, I think, is also going to be very good. It's just that full presence that's scary with Queen Bee. Because his full presence is like a guaranteed chip hit every 18 seconds. Which is very scary. It's very scary. It's knocking on the door of like Bonbon's remote control bomb, but that bomb is 35-second cooldown, or 30, I don't remember anymore. They changed that that number. But it's one of the longer ones in the game, and it's essentially a guaranteed chip hit with a very long cooldown. Queen Bee has mobility built in to her guaranteed chip, and it's half the cooldown. So it's just insanely good as long as you can get Queen Bee to full presence. And once she gets to full presence, it is insanely good. Very good. Let's take a look at the team comp. We're only going to see 2 tides here, so if one of them gets chased, we're only going to see 1 tide this game. Magician and Escapologist are both going to run Sui here. No risks taken. Definitely going to make it a lot easier to kite as Escapologist with broken windows. Personally, I prefer always trying to do worst case scenario, but in tournament situations, being able to run that broken windows just to play a little bit safer is definitely something I cannot blame the survivors for. So we'll see how it goes. We have round 1, second half coming up here. Queen Bee going straight in for, I believe it's the Lucky Guy. And yeah, it's going to be the Lucky Guy, chasing the Lucky Guy first. What is his wish going to be? It's going to be a perfume. Is that actually what he wished for, though? I don't think so. Right here, he's going to unfortunately waste his broken windows boost. The hunter forced him to go back and forth, which causes him to waste his broken windows boost. And now he's essentially working with essentially no persona. Right here, going to go for the shot, but not going to get it. Go for a second shot and also not going to get it. Right here, Lucky Guy is going to try to push for this pallet. Great perfume, but it is going to still result in a hit here. So decent start. It's not the end of the world, but it is looking a little bit rough because he does have no more abilities right here. And right here, Queen Bee with faster pallet breaking. When you're stuck on the edge of the map, ooh, hits the edge of the wall right there, speaking of which. And yeah, does he even need to use his tray here? Nope, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like he has to. Gonna take down the Lucky Guy relatively quickly here. The only good news about the situation is that right here, the ciphers are very far away from the chair. So if they want to, they honestly could just let this go after half. Or just sell it entirely, which I don't think is going to be an option anymore, because now Escapal just moved the chair to be right next to the cipher. So this is a little bit concerning. This is not my favorite thing, to move the chair without already having the survivor be prepared there. Because now you can see this is just, oh, he didn't go for the chip it. Okay, so we see Moonlight here doesn't know the tech to get the bees upstairs like we saw last game. That's going to be a difference maker. Could you guys imagine if Moonlight knew how to get the bees upstairs to get that energy off the Magician? He could have gotten a double shot right there off the drop down and just immediately killed. That would have been absolutely game changing if he knew that strat. But unfortunately, either he didn't know about it or he couldn't pull it off. Right here, Moonlight, as a result, not going to have the energy to double shoot the Magician. Is just forced to go for a basic hit. That could have been very different. Honestly, I think Magician, I don't even know if the Magician realized how much worse that could have been if this Queen Bee just knew how to put the bees upstairs. Right here, Escapal is going to go for the fog here. Not even that amazing of a fog, though, because it doesn't reach upstairs. Honestly, Loki, you can still see him. If anything, it was like bait. This fog, if anything, is just bait. Because, like, you can still see him. The fog doesn't reach upstairs. And right here, Lucky Guy is going to get immediately farmed. Believe it or not, this is honestly best case scenario. Because, I mean, Escapal just now preserves his fog, which is going to make it a lot easier to survive endgame, even against detention. The fog still works against detention. On top of that, the ciphers weren't really close enough to rely on Lucky Guy kiting. With no ability, and the ciphers only being around 60, which I know 60 is a lot, but if we're not counting Tide Turner, he needs to rebound for about 40 seconds. That's too long. Against a Queen Bee, full presence, not realistic. Right here, we are now going to see the Fire Investigator take the distraction. Unlikely that he gets chased here. Because if the counter commits to him, then this Cypher is going to basically get popped. And yep, we see that immediately, but he's going to switch positions without Tinnitus. So that was honestly a very awkward time to be going into the bees. And now, wow, look at this. It's actually kind of crazy. He was able to do a whole loop around the map. Kind of insane that he was able to do that. And on top of that, the cooldown on the mobility is not even that long to begin with. So right here, gonna use a ball here, but this is wasting significant amounts of time here on the Queen Bee's end. And on top of that, they're just working on an extra cipher now. This Queen Bee cannot leave the cipher. 89% is too risky to leave. Also, that cipher isn't shaking yet. I know he's working on it, but physically you cannot see him shaking it. What happened here? Did he get stuck? Did he not want to go for the pallet? Unfortunately here, ooh, risking a terror shock. But right here, if he doesn't vault, he's just going to go down to a shot and then a basic hit. Looks like someone is on that cipher, and they go ahead and pop it. Thankfully, Fire Investigator does have real time, and this is looking like a pretty clean tie so far. Queen Bee needs to try something else here. This is not going to work out. He needs to try something else. But now he's going to be chasing a 3 illusion magician. This is not so easy, but he needs to use the illusions. He doesn't use them, and he uses it when it's too late. He uses it at a poor angle, where the Queen Bee can just angle it in front of him instead of like trying to position the Queen Bee to be behind him at all times. Now it's going to be giving her the opportunity to shoot her shot sideways. And now it's going to be a dangerous position. The Queen Bee has tinnitus on the gate, preventing it from being done. He's going to need some teamwork. They're going to need to work together to get the escapologist out of this position. Otherwise, if they do nothing, then the escapologist is eventually going to get chased here. Keep in mind, though, he still has the fog, and he does have that extra hit to work with. Now, is that going to be the difference maker to get gate here? He does have dungeons, so maybe it is. But like I said here, they're going to have to work together. Using the fog. What a clever use of the fog here. Forcing the hunter to go here. And on this side of the map, hard to explain. We'll explain it later on. But basically, we're going to have the Fire Investigator here go out of sight. Unfortunately, still gets seen here. And it looks like this might be a 3-man kill. I don't really see any way to consistently get out of the situation. Look at this. Queen Bee very smartly baiting the pallet boost out, forcing him to go around the pallet before he starts chasing him, making sure he doesn't get value out of the broken windows of value of vaulting the pallet, preventing him from going to the dungeon, zoning him in. And yeah. Oh, he almost escaped right there. But yep, that's gonna be a 3-man kill. So I want to go back and really highlight this fog right here. So we're going to see Act in the lead now. They're going to be in a 2-point lead, but I really want to highlight and talk about this very smart fog use from the escapologist right here. So what did this fog do exactly? I want to be very clear with what exactly this fog did. So right here, the queen bee is trying to figure out where the escapologist for starters. So if we go step by step, the queen bee is trying to find where the escapologist is for starters. Then, as soon as the escapologist sees that the fire investigator is going to be at middle to pressure, then he reveals himself. And now queen bee's first instinct now is to be like, oh, let's keep a close eye on him, stay close to him, while watching the fire investigator. But guess what? Fire investigator now cannot be seen because of this fog. So what does that mean? That means queen bee has to leave the escapologist now, so that he can see and have vision on the fire investigator. This is genius. But now, if the queen bee does this, man, this is so annoying how Billy does this. If we go back here one more time, he knows it. He doesn't use the fog to help himself. He used the fog to help his teammate, even though his teammate's nowhere close. The idea is to just block line of sight. So now the queen bee is like, oh no, I can't see him anymore. Now I have to like literally go through the fog to check. And now that he checks on where the fire investigator is, then he doesn't know where escapologist is anymore, because now the fog is in reverse direction. The only problem with this plan was that they both left the chair. And they were hoping that the hunter sticks to the chair. And unfortunately, that did not work out. The 50-50 didn't work out. I have a feeling that maybe in retrospect, in hindsight, if you reanalyze the situation, against a hunter that has good mobility, maybe you need to take that bet that eventually the hunter is going to leave the chair. Knowing that they have fast mobility, they're probably going to get cocky and be like, oh, I can go after that guy. And then maybe escapologist should have been around the corner ready to rescue, expecting that. But again, that's like anyone's call. There's no guarantee that something like that is guaranteed. So it's totally understandable that they don't go for something like that. So completely fair. Right here, we're going to see a 2-point lead for Act. Could this be the 2-game closeout that Act is looking for? They can close this game right now in 2 matches preferably. So we'll see if they can pull it off. We're going to go straight into the match review. We already reviewed the match a little bit here, but this was the Dow 5 match where the survivors ended up getting a tie. Very clean overall. Very clean. Gravekeeper did a very clean rescue right here. Antiquarian did a good job stalling. And then finally, Airplanes goes down, but then the Cyphers were primed. And there was just not much time for the Hunter to do anything before suddenly everyone escapes. Unfortunately, this game, Lucky Guy just didn't get a good ability. Magician right here taking just a regular hit. And yeah, I don't think that fog did a whole lot, if I'm being honest. Not a great fog in my opinion. But yeah, honestly, I see the vision. I see the vision with the fog. It really like forced Hunter to have to make a choice now, not able to see both the chair, the survivor, and the escapologist. He couldn't keep an eye on all 3 as soon as that fog got placed down. So very, very interesting use of the fog. Definitely something to keep in mind, that sometimes the best ability out of escapologist is not even the speed up you get from passing through the fog. It's actually just blocking off line of sight. So that he cannot watch your other teammates. That's definitely something to think about right there. Hard to think about those situations, but once you see it, once you see the effects of it, how strong it can be, it's definitely worth noting. It's definitely worth remembering how good that can be. The fact that you can not just help your kite, but also block a line of sight. Very smart use of the fog there for sure. So right here, we're going to be waiting on the next matchup right here. Man, the quality of the stream is could be a little bit better here. Could we get this to 1080p? Or is it not gonna let me? Oh, you gotta log into Billy to watch higher quality. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, China, you got me. But yeah, we're just going to be waiting on the second round here to start. So Act is going to be coming out ahead here. Very interesting. And yeah, let's see if they can take this down in 2 rounds. Very good start overall. But yeah, I really like that Escapologist second fog. That was a really smart fog. Because now he can't watch both Escapologist, the chair, and the Fire Investigator. Again, their only problem was that they left the chair. That was the only issue, is that no one was there to guard the chair anymore. And he had tinnitus the whole time, technically. So it's not like he never... It's not like there was ever a moment where he didn't get tinnitus. So it's not like he knew, oh, it's safe to leave the chair. And that was never the case. Anyway, we're going to be going into the next round here. It looks like we're going to see Act pick Leo's Memory as the map ban. And Dow5 is going to go ahead and pick Chinatown. We don't really see Chinatown that often. We've been seeing a lot of Lakeside, a lot of Eversleeping, and a lot of Leo's Memory. These are like the main 3 popular map picks, along with also Moonlit. We do also see quite a bit of Moonlit. So, interesting stuff for sure. And we're going to go right into it, it seems like. They went ahead, picked their maps, and yeah. Now we're going to see most likely what kind of hunters might we see this round. Opera could be rough. Anyway, Moonlight is going to get replaced by ZZ9. ZZ9 is a hunter player. I knew it. So ZZ9 is going to be subbing back in for the hunter spot. Plays Shadow, though. Shadow could be interesting on Chinatown, because Chinatown is one of those maps where there's no such thing as like just a pallet that you can just drop and forget, and the hunter just has to break it. Almost every single pallet and window area on this map, you can go around it in some way. So what does that mean as Survivor? That means as a Survivor, you need to watch to see which way the hunter's going. Are they going left side or are they going right side? But you can't do that against Shadow, because if you do that, you're going to get scared and you're going to very quickly start taking damage, and you cannot allow that. So it's going to put Survivors in a much more rough scenario where they're forced to get creative with their routes and try to find ways to use the windows in a way and the pallets in a way where the hunter can still walk around them, but it's not so easy to walk around them. You want to try to use the pallet or window right where they're in the center of it. So it's annoying to go around either side still. That's the vision. That's the idea with Shadow. That's if he even goes Shadow. But I do think Shadow is going to be a solid pick here. So yeah. We're going to see here though. We're going to see here in a moment what they go with. Alright, gonna be going into the first half of round 1. Seer, Lanternist ban. Could be suggesting a Shadow, potentially. Shadow is definitely a hunter who relies on killing people in exactly 2 hits, not 3. And Lanternist is, of course, gonna build up 100 and flywheel it, it becomes much easier to flywheel something like that when you're playing Lanternist. In response, we're gonna see Archer and Doctor. Doctor, very, very good against Shadow. Doctor has been a big reason for why Shadow has been a nail in the coffin. And you know what's funny? Shadow got banned, so never mind. I just realized they banned Shadow, so ZZ9 is gonna need a different approach in this case. It's kind of sad because hunters have to ban survivors before the survivors have to ban a hunter. So it seems to me like he set himself up for a potential Shadow here, but then the hunters just banned, the survivor just banned Shadow, and so that whole idea was ruined. And now we see his game plan change very much. Like now he's picking the Urologist, now he's picking Gravekeeper. So his game plan seems to have definitely changed here halfway through the bans. I mean, they're still good bans, don't get me wrong. Like Seer and Lanternist is still fine, but would you rather ban Lanternist if you're gonna go Opera? Like it depends what he goes here. If he goes Opera, definitely Lanternist wasn't great. In that case, he wants to pick a hunter that gets value from his band still, and also still good against his team comp. Like, I mean, as long as it's good against the team comp, that's the most important. It doesn't really matter if it matches the bans. If they didn't end up going a good team comp against hunter you're about to go, it's still fine, I guess. But anyway, Archer here going to be very good against Opera Singer. Doctor is going to be good against Goatman. Archer also fine against Goatman, honestly. Puppet, one of the best survivors against Goatman in the entire game. Literally cannot think of a more brain-dead survivor than Puppeteer. Maybe Perfumer, but Perfumer is easy to counter, right? We are, regardless, going to see the Goatman from ZZ9, and this is not a comfortable situation at all. I really feel like Dow5 really red act here. With the Shadow ban, with his bans here, with the map selection. I mean, again, this is any map where Shadow can easily go around pallets or windows. You want to build off that as Shadow because you force the survivor to look at you in positions like that where you need to see, is the survivor going left? Or sorry, is the hunter going left? Is the hunter going right? That's a very important thing as Shadow that you want to take advantage of. Pallets and windows that the survivors cannot just mindlessly use and keep going in a straight line, and then you're forced to address it, right? But they just automatically ban Shadow, and so all that is out the window. Lanternist also would have been annoying to go against a Shadow. Same with Seer, and unfortunately for him, he just banned Shadow after he already committed to a Lanternist ban. Seer's still good, don't get me wrong. Seer's going to be great against Goatman as well. I wonder what spawn they're going to do. Are they going to go with this hotel spawn in the corner still? They're really going to go with this double corner? Really? They could still change. No, they can't change anymore. This is their final selection. Interesting. Ooh, and the Goatman spawns by the Puppeteer. Who do you chase in this position? I mean, Puppeteer, assuming he doesn't make a mistake, will take 4 cages to kill. That's a 3 Cypher Kite. You can't do that. Go towards middle. I'm hoping he's running Famine. He's gonna need Famine here. Famine is gonna reduce everyone's decoding by 12% for the first 50 seconds. Is Famine even in the tournament server yet? I don't even know if they can use Famine. This has to be the buff Famine, right? If buff Doctor is in it, then buff Famine is surely in it as well, right? We're gonna see a Sui from Archer here and a Sui from Doctor. Only 2 tides though. Always keep it important in mind. Important to keep in mind. I mean, the number of tide turners in a match here, because it's gonna decide how often they want to rescue. Do they want to rescue as often as possible? Because if they have 3 tides, and even if one of the tide people get chased, they may as well like do double rescues just to stall for the tide timer, and then they can get a pretty safe tie that way. But it means that it's harder to get a win going as well, because you're exchanging borrowed time for a safe tie. So we'll see here. And it looks like we're going to go into round 2 right here. First half. Gonna have the Goatman go straight away from the Puppeteer. His best shot is going to be this Archer. This Archer knows that he's already coming though, because of the first officer's communication. Right here, first officer getting a little bit scared here. Just got to be careful here. He's just holding the cage. Dow5 Chen here going to get chased here. Doctor. He's keeping his eye out, though. He's keeping his eye out. He knows who's the good chase target here. And honestly, so does the Archer. The Archer also knows what's up. But man, this Goman here, he's having a rough time here choosing his target. Doctor not wasting a single second not healing. Gonna immediately get that heal up here. Cannot go through this cage because it's inside of a building. A little bit of a Goman tech right there. This is not a gimme. This is not a gimme. She's gonna need some help here to get this last heal off. And she's not gonna get it. There is some good news here though. She still has one more heal up, which means that after this rescue, as long as it's a tideless rescue, she can get a second heal off immediately. And you know what? This might be why they're not running triple tide, because they want to have at least one person available to be good at rescuing, but also not have tide. But it looks like we're just going to use the first tide here. That's okay. That's not the end of the world using the first tide. You don't need to immediately get the value out of the heal, especially because she's not even in a great kiting area. I have a feeling that she's going to go in the corner here. Now, which corner here? I would have said hotel corner, honestly. Because then Hotel Archer can help out there. But I guess they're just going for a safe. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Not sure what's going on for a second. Oh, Archer is here. Okay. In that case, I'm not sure why now run to Hotel, since Hotel is just going to be easier to rebound at than this area. Like, this area is really weird to rebound at. But it's okay, I suppose. It's not the end of the world. Stall some time out here. I think it might be because they're leaving Hotel as a last cipher. That could be why. They don't want chairs to be happening on it. And since they don't have escapologists, they can't really just move the chair wherever they want. Right here, Archer's forced to do a pretty early rescue. Now we're going to see the heal happen. This is where the toxic heal spam is going on with Doctor. Ooh, but he barely gets the hit off inside the cage. Honestly, Archer doing a whole lot of nothing there. Not breaking the cage and not shooting the Hunter. A little bit of an unfortunate situation there. But Doctor just got 2 more heals in? No way, dude. Okay. Ooh, not going to break the cage right there. Gotta be careful here, because he could kill someone, and the cage just barely goes down. Gonna kill the Doctor here. Doctor not wasting a single second on the heal. Crazy work right here. Ooh, and it's not fast enough. He doesn't have enough energy. This is so sad. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito, because this guy has no cages. He's just in an infinite, like, feedback loop with Doctor right now. Oh my god, that cage is dead. Archer was breaking that cage, and now that cage is dead. This is her last chair, but he just cannot knock her down. Oh my god, the Archer's getting in the way, so now she's gonna have time for another heal. Does she get it? Okay, she does take a hit. It just cancels out. Okay, getting another heal off. He needs to get the stun. He needs the stun! He misses the critical arrow, and as a result, the Archer is not going to be able to break the cage, not going to be able to stun. Doctor not going to be able to heal or get the stun off. Or break the cage, I mean. And unfortunately, going to be going into this endgame with only 3 people alive. Doctor totally could have been alive there. Granted, she doesn't have borrowed time, but she totally could have stalled that out there. Puppeteer getting a great hit there with the puppet. He still gets the speed boost after the puppet ends. So every little bit counts right here. He still has 1 more puppet to work with. Even though this puppet cannot save a hit, it can make him invulnerable for half a second as long as he uses puppet and then into an undaunted. Great use of the broken windows, by the way, right there. And this is a potential. Oh my god. And this Goman used the backstep when he doesn't have cages available. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because he didn't have a cage available anyway. But wow, getting the dungeon escape there because he just didn't have enough cages. The puppeteer getting the cages out with his first puppet, and also the Doctor just siphoning cages the whole time that game. I mean, I think that match just showed why you cannot chase Doctor as Goman, even though the beginning was fine. Like, the beginning was not that bad. He purposefully saved up cages against the Doctor so that he can put like a swarm of back-to-back cages against the Doctor. Very smart. He played that early game very smart. That's exactly how you should play against the Doctor early game. You don't want to do like 1 cage as soon as possible, because then you don't have another second cage to stop the heal from happening. right? By the time you can do anything, she's already healed. By the time you have your third cage and use your second one, she's already healed, right? So he put a wave of cages so that as soon as she tries to heal, yeah, she's always going to get at least one heal. That's why he saved for 3 cages. Very important right there that he did that. In either case, though, Doctor purposely also played smart, saved at least 1 bottle to use on the rebound, and that way the Hunter's forced to go for an automatic like hit right there, and then that opens up the Archer to go for stuns there, to do whatever she wants. Honestly, the Archer right there, again, after the rescue, didn't do a whole lot there, unfortunately. Like, after the rescue, the Doctor used her ball, and it just kind of immediately had to be used and go to waste, unfortunately. So she wasn't able to build off that super fast heal and get an extra heal in. She just healed up, and then, like, one time, then immediately got hit. So then it was all up to the Archer to secure another heal. But yeah, look at how long the kite time was. Between the Archer and the Doctor together, they kited quite a bit there. Archer working in tangent with the Doctor right there, making sure that she's always able to get the next heal off. And as a result, we're going to see Dow 5 take a win here with the Survivors after Act Survivors just won. So now as a result, the score is even again. But that doesn't mean that we won't see Axe Hunter 4-man. If Axe Hunter 4-mans, they just automatically win here. Because it's going to come down to whoever wins these rounds. So right now we're still in round 1 and we're currently now in round 2. So it really could come down right here to rounds 1. Or who's hunting? Is this Dow 5 hunting? Not sure who's hunting. I think this might be... Is this Dow 5? Yes, this is Dow 5 hunting, actually. Okay, so the Survivors would need a 4-man at this point to secure a win in round 2, which is unlikely to happen. The best I would realistically recommend that they can do is a 3-man. A 3-man escape is realistic. It's not like out of the question like a 4-man really is. Granted, that dungeon escape was nasty. The fact that he didn't have enough cages to do anything right there really hurt. That dungeon being in there as well at middle really hurt because it just meant that he was conveniently next to it when he started getting chased. Could be just a situation of like good situational awareness from the puppeteer, that he's aware that his escape route is right there. But you gotta also admit that it's lucky that it was there, because it turned out to be bait, if you think about it. Him positioning himself there and being the chase target was kind of like bait, because now as a result, he's able to take the chase, the best person to take the chase, by the way, and then able to then go after the dungeon with that advantage, with the puppet advantage. Not even that, but just mind you, his second cage was outplayed very well on top of that. Why isn't the music working? Okay, I see why the music isn't working. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright. Going back to the matchup here. Yeah, I mean, that was just a very, very sick dungeon escape right there. It was so impressive, though. Like, you could honestly watch back that match a couple times and just analyze, like, what happened with the Doctor there. The fact that the Doctor was able to just stack heals is so nasty. That's what I was talking about. That's why in the early game that Goman saved cages. But then he was kind of dry on cages on the second rescue. And then he just couldn't keep up with the Doctor's heals, which is just detrimental. At some point, also, the Archer took a hit for her, which meant Doctor just got a whole 2 heals in, because she was already healing behind the pallet, and then Archer just takes another hit. Right? Archer takes another hit, and that hit was on purpose because, yeah, Archer lost health, but they don't really care about the Archer's health. They care about the Doctor's health. And Doctor not only keeps her health, she improves upon her health, which is absolutely game losing for a Hunter in that position right there, especially Goman, who is on a timer for how much damage he can do. He cannot do damage whenever he wants. That damage is connected to his cages, so if he doesn't have cages, he essentially cannot do damage against Doctor. Sure, chip hits slow her down, but all it does is even things out. It doesn't really gain you anywhere. It just makes it so that she's forced to heal, and by the time you're out of recovery, she's already on her next heal. She's also basically done. So, Explorer right here. Interesting pick to see Explorer. Mercenary as well. Gonna ban the Go Man, understandably so. You don't want to go Mercenary if Go Man is on the table. So if they're gonna go Mercenary, they gotta ban Go Man. And since they use Gravekeeper round 1, it's really the only logical choice they have. They could go First Officer as well, that's another choice. But they just opted to go for the Go Man. I'm very confused why MHX right here banned First Officer. Was it because the Rescuer was the last pick? I want to go back and see. Was the Rescuer the last pick here? Was you should never ban... Oh yeah, Mercenary was the last pick here. Okay, so he banned Mercenary. He banned First Officer because First Officer is technically the best Rescuer they can go. And then Mercenary is just going to be the only real option they have left after that. After they ban First Officer. I mean, still, is it really that bad for the Cyrus to play First Officer, though? Because if they use First Officer, they don't have First Officer. Oh, I guess that makes sense. If he's going to go Opera Singer, he needs Officer out now. And not later on. Mercenary is definitely going to be a lot worse to Opera Singer. There's also a lot of open areas, though, that he can elbow pad into. Granted, Opera with 1000 presence kind of counters it at that point, so we'll have to see. Mercenary can be good against Opera Singer, but really only early game. Elbow padding through those open areas so that she can't catch up to you that easily. Patient here as well. We don't see a lot of Patient. I completely forgot to mention that. Patient is a rising superstar. After his buffs, he is so fast on the animation times. Even Opera struggles catching up to him that quickly. And again, we're going to see the same spawn layout. Double corner. Interesting. Interesting that we see double corner. Wow, I wonder why. Is it because Bushes gets blocked? Is it because the Bushes cipher gets blocked and not the Hotel cipher with the spawn layout? Maybe. I wonder what the advantage is for the Solaris picking the spawn. Well, I mean, to be fair, it is Opera Singer, and Opera Singer you don't really want to spend time transitioning or rotating, I say, because of the fact she catches up to you so fast. You just need to already be in the good kiting area. So I guess that could be one reason. Anyway, let's take a look at the builds here. Sui on the Archer. A lot of Sui on the Archer. Flywheel is good on Archer, of course, because she's a harasser, but Broken Windows is necessary for stuff like Opera. Patient here with the Sui, Explorer with the Sui. Mercenary is the only one with Borrowed Time. Explorer, ideally, doesn't want to get found. Not the best map for Explorer, but there are a lot of leaf piles to hide in that he can't get seen, so that's nice. Opera doesn't have time to check every single leaf pile on the map, so hopefully he can use that to his advantage. Tide Patient, Tide Explorer. Very interesting that they didn't get greedy here on the Explorer with Borrowed Time, because technically if Explorer never gets found, you don't need Bracunos on him. Hold up, is this stream paused? What's taking so long? Okay, I don't think the stream is paused. I think we're just sitting on the screen for a long time. Anyway, Explorer here, very interesting to see. Very interesting to see. Okay, surely, right? It's not usually on the screen for this long. Alright, looks like we are stuck on the screen for a while. Maybe something went wrong with production. I don't know. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to be going into the second half of round 2. Going to be going straight into it. Opera Singer versus a very interesting team comp with Patient on the team. Always love to see Patient, and also Explorer. Very exotic picks here nowadays. Maybe Patient's getting more popular though. All right, here Patient's gonna be the first chase target immediately. I'm very curious to see how he does here. I think Patient can be very good against Opera Singer now. Ooh, but he jumped right into the shadow. Is the Opera Singer gonna go for it? Okay, he doesn't really have a good hook. If I was him, I would have used these hooks sooner. Don't know what he's waiting on right here, because with Opera, you're not going to get a chance to use all three. You need to use the first one sooner than this. I have a feeling that he's going to go down here before he can even use more than one hook, honestly. Okay, but look at how much distance he got from that one hook. You just move so quickly. But this is not great. I mean, did he break that on accident, or did he break that on purpose? I'm honestly not sure if he broke that on purpose or on accident. Because sometimes you might want to turn your screen, you break it on accident. But looks like he might be able to give value out of all three hooks now. Yeah, the second hook led to the third hook. That is really good. Look at how much distance you gain from that. He's going to make the window now as a result and force the blink out. So honestly, all in all, a W, I would say, for the Patience Kite is still, I feel, could be a little bit better. But it's fine. It's fine. It could be better, but it's fine. Granted, he spawned in the corner, so he kind of has to take chase instantly. So right here, we're going to see Mercenary not rescuing here, and instead, Explorer's going to go rescue. Now, as soon as the Mercenary is getting seen here, I think the Opera knows that Explorer or someone must be coming to rescue besides the Mercenary. Right here, Explorer's going to come in with a 100% page. So, technically, two servers are done right now because of this 100% page in his inventory. Why is the stream lagging so much? Not really sure. But right here, we're going to be seeing the patient go die in the corner now. They did put Tide Turner on him, but they also put Broken Windows on him. I don't even think we saw good value out of the Broken Windows. Did we even see one pallet vault? One window vault? Yeah, it didn't turn out to do too much here. Right here, very unlucky that a chair didn't spawn in the back of that building. Going to result in a very, very, very long chair time here. Honestly, that chair in the back, in my opinion, should be guaranteed. Or at least add another chair there that could potentially spawn. Like, giving only one chair there and not making it guaranteed. Like, you really need a second chair or just make it guaranteed. But yeah, right here, we're going to see the Mercenary go for the rescue here. Does the Explorer still have his pages up? I don't think he does. It's hard to see. How much does he have? I can't see because he keeps pinging. Maybe 50%? But right here, Patient is going to take a hit in Tide Turner, and Mercenary does take a hit. This is a little bit of a scary position as the survivors here because they don't have the ciphers ready. They could totally see a teleport Opera Singer play right here. Oh, but Archer's here. Oh my goodness, and she misses the shot. That is huge that she missed that. And now they're not in a safe spot. We're very likely going to see a teleport from the Opera Singer at any point here. Or just walks up to the Cypher. Could be that. Is that Cypher about to pop? Yep. That Cypher pops. And we're just going to see an elbow pad immediately. He's not going to be able to immediately knock down this Mercenary. This pallet is going to be very annoying to deal with. He just doesn't have, like, he needs to set up the shadows. Alright, and there you go. He sets up the shadows, but it still takes a lot of time. Explorer has a 28% page. Teleports on the Archer Cypher. Smart move, leaving the Mercenary down and just going immediately on top of the Cypher machines. Now, essentially, two people are not decoding, and if you count the Mercenary, the Explorer running around the map right now, 3 people. Was that a attack recovery cancel? No way. That is so hard to get against Archer because you need a move after you already got the hit, which you only have a very brief moment to do. Wow, that's also going to put his dash on cooldown because he touched the Archer right there. Going to force him to lose the laceration, but now he just gets another laceration. Can he get the hit? Wow, really huge that he got the hit right there. And the survivors basically got no progress, honestly. I mean, Explorer is working on a new Cypher, but it cost them a self-heal, and they're still not in a super safe position here. Thankfully, though, they have Mercenary to take a hit on the rescue. Unthankfully, though, their Archer with no borrow time is in basement. So this is going to be very hard to get out of. This Cypher is going to get primed, but I'm not seeing any way to get this Archer out of basement here, guys. And he might even find the Mercenary to make matters worse. I mean, oh yeah, he's going to find him. He's going to find him. He sees that Cypher shaking. He knows it's completely safe to chase the Mercenary right now. No reason to camp, and he's just going to go straight after her. They have no choice but to pop the Cypher machine. No one is in a able capacity to rescue this Archer, and Mercenary not even going to take the Tide hit inside. he's just going to take the terror shock. Doesn't really matter because the hunter anyway has teleport up. They're not going to pick up that mercenary right here. I think the opera singer just figured that the explorer must be here because of the timing of that tinnitus. And yep, that's the sadness of Chinatown. Not a whole lot of places to hide as explorer. There were literally like 2 walls and a tree that he could use, and that's literally basically it. Off the timing of that tinnitus, there's like a couple options. Or maybe he even saw his shadow from far. Maybe that object didn't even load in from far. Those objects don't load in from far, so I have a feeling the opera singer saw the explorer's shadow, like a small speck hiding behind the wall that wasn't loading in. So, wow, really dominant victory right there from... Whose hunter was that just now? I think that was Dao5. So Dao5 right here, getting a 5-man kill here after their survivors just got a 3-man dungeon escape, which is absolutely insane. They're going to be up by a whopping 5 points now after that match, because now the tied up act winning with their survivors by Dao5 survivors, or not, yeah, Dao5 survivors winning the match with a 3-man escape. So it evened things up, and now we see Dao5 return the favor even better for his team on the hunter side with a 4-man elimination. That's gonna put them 5 points in the lead, which now that means that 2 3-mans are not going to be enough anymore for Act. They're going to need their hunter to pull out a 4-man, or the survivors to pull out a 4-man, but that's very unrealistic. So you're better off hoping for a 4-man from your hunter. I mean, it's possible. It totally could happen. These hunters are very strong. One little thing goes wrong, like that basement right there, and it could be all over for the survivors. Archer also with no borrowed time there, getting found there was very unfortunate. I mean, she got teleported on them, so it's not really like getting found. But yeah, that is the downside of having so much no borrowed time on your team, is that in the end game, if you guys can't pop those ciphers before someone gets chaired, whew, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. Unfortunately, that Patience Kai was just not that amazing, all things considered. Only 60% on the Cypher machine. What really bit the nail in the coffin, I think, was just playing the game too quickly. I feel like they played the game too quickly. Mercenary rushed that Cypher machine, and he paid the price by taking a hit for it instead of like playing slow, instead of hiding, not letting the hunter see him. He ended up getting seen as the only borrowed time person on the team. It really is critical that you rather get chased later than sooner, because if you use your self-heal soon, then you're not going to be able to pick yourself up to go for a critical rescue later on in the match. Like right there, he used his self-heal for essentially a cipher that he could have popped later on in that match, if we're being honest here. So, like, as opposed to a rescue, you do not have time to go for rescues later, because eventually that person is going to die. So very different right there. Very different situation. Right here, absolutely huge that this Goman wasn't able to get any momentum going after the second rescue, but very lucky that the Archer missed a shot, but it didn't even matter because the Puppeteer ended up getting a dungeon escape in the end anyway. No cages left for this Goman, and that is going to be an escape. As opposed to this game, Patient unfortunately not doing as great of a kite. Explorer, I feel like, also fell behind on Deco. I don't know what happened, but the Deco just didn't feel very good, if I'm being honest. Like, all this time passed, and we just don't see very much Deco to begin with. Even after all this time right here, Archer's still getting chased, and there's just no real good decode. Definitely, I feel like Explorer might have maybe picked up too many pages, I feel like. Instead of like prioritizing ciphers, I think he might have been going after pages that were not near any ciphers that were able to be decoded. I have a feeling that the pages were leading him to ciphers that people were already working on. So as a result, it meant that it was very hard to get good decode going. I mean, I don't really know what happened there, but definitely the decode didn't seem that great there. Didn't seem all that great to begin with. But yeah, we're gonna see Act fall behind here. We're gonna have Act have a 4-man elimination at this point. 4-man elimination on the hunter side to be able to catch up at this point, because if we just go for wins, that's not going to be enough. They're going to lose the game. So they need their own 4-man kill at this point, which is very unfortunate. That is going to come down to like basically 1 point if they don't get this 4-man. and they only get wins, but sometimes that is the way competitive goes. We reward very strongly that hunter. When that hunter hits that 4-man elimination, even though I will say it's a lot easier as a hunter than a survivor, when someone hits that 4-man, you're rewarded big time. It's not like you get 4 points. You don't get a point for each survivor. You get a bonus point, which is so detrimental. It is so detrimental. If it was just 4 points, then yeah, 2 wins would even it out. Sometimes I do wish, though, it was just 4 points, because honestly, I feel like 2 wins is better than 1 4-man, in my opinion, right? And even if a 4-man was just 4 points, all that would be is even. That would just be even. But the fact that a 4-man is 5 points lead and then 2 wins is just 2-point lead each means that you could win 2 times, one on your hunter side, one on your survivor side, and you still lose to a 4-man. I do think that's a little bit ridiculous in my opinion. It's kind of annoying that they've kept this for so long. I feel like that's like the one thing they could change. But anyway, I'm not here to argue with the rules. That is how it is, and that's the way it's gonna go. So we're gonna have to see a 4-man elimination at this point. Long story short, it must happen. So we're gonna go take a look here, see who is surviving first. Dow 5 looks like they're gonna be surviving first. I think the map was Church. Not 100% sure. I think it might have been Church. You know, it's so funny how QS was so popular in Koa, and now no one is using QS as soon as Queen Bee is available. Poor QS, man. I'd love to see QS, but I don't know. Maybe people realize that QS gets too easily kited early game and that it just makes him too slow in the long run. I don't know. I never really felt like QS was that scary of a hunter, to be completely honest with you guys. Like, I think people have overestimated QS. Don't get me wrong, QS is very good and he has some really annoying abilities. But the trick to QS is the early game. You'd want to let him get that 1000 presence as long as possible. That's the trick to him, to kiting him out. And yes, sometimes that means flywheeling a blink at full health. Because if you flywheel successfully that blink, then he doesn't hit you. Which means if he doesn't hit you, he doesn't get the 1000 presence ball. He just needs 1 hit to get the 1000 presence ball because of insolence. So you have to keep that in mind. That sometimes it is worth flywheeling even at full health. Just because of that. Because let's be honest, that flywheel is not going to help you against the suck ball most likely. So you rather try to hit it against the blink predict at full health. That you're better off that way. But yeah, got to be going into round 3 here. Let's see how it goes. Someone's showing off their badges, brother. Those have got to be. That nail is like half the size of her finger. What? Dude, she's basically a cat. Yeah, just taking our time here for the next match. We can go ahead and read the chat. Thoughts? Thoughts in the chat? Or is everyone asleep? Oh my god, Explorer Kurt is here! Yo, let's go. Number 1 seer says, thank god I'm not entirely late. Yeah, this is only the second matchup. Only about to be 5 AM. We've only been streaming, what? 3 hours and like 30 minutes. Explorer is the best survivor, but unfortunately Explorer just kind of died there. He didn't have anywhere to hide. Yeah, Chinatown Explorer, not the best situation. I mean, I do want to play Chinatown Explorer, though, because I do want to try out hiding in the leaves. That seems like a lot of fun. Hiding inside the leaves. What's up, Tan? Tan cosine. I see what you did there. But yeah, we're going to be heading right into the first half of round 3. Looks like the map is going to be Lakeside. Meteorologist, Psychologist as the first 2 picks. Pretty safe picks. These are very good survivors. Very heavy healing team comp, I will say. A Gravekeeper also saving him up until round 3. Remember what I said about using Escapologist round 1? And now look who's in the laughing spot right now. Dow 5 is ahead by a whopping 5 points, and to make matters worse, Gravekeeper is still available. Probably, in my opinion, the best rescuer in the game right now by a landslide. Regardless of whether you're in tournament or in rank match, Gravekeeper is hard countering basically every hunter in the meta right now. Doing such a good job taking chip hits even inside the shovel, having movement or mobility options now, being able to save the shovel instead of like popping out of it. The fact that you're able to boost forward and save it is so nice now, because it gives you that option where previously if you came out of your shovel you would be risking coming out of the shovel next to the hunter. Now you can always boost away from the hunter before coming out of the shovel, which is absolutely ginormous. Gives him more versatility on the rescue as well, with the blasting out of the shovel and pushing the hunter away. I mean, and then he only has 15% decode penalty for all of that. Like, it's absolutely insane to me that technically Gravekeeper could have up to like 4 shovel uses, realistically speaking. Like, he technically could have 5 and 6, but that would be like 1% each, to be fair. And that's assuming he immediately goes in and out of the shovel. Matador is also on the table. Wow. Matador going to be also a very good survivor here. I mean, this is looking very scary for Act right now. These are some very difficult survivors to deal with. Hula Blue is going to make it a lot easier to deal with Gravekeeper, I will say. He is the one hunter who deals very well with Gravekeeper's ludicrous amounts of health. The amount of tanking that Gravekeeper can do is kind of just like brain dead. And Hula Blue kind of wipes through that health, right? Because of the no recovery. But it looks like the team is up ahead on that. Already thinking about Gravekeeper being a potential target puts him in big blow, knowing that how weak Gravekeeper can be to Hula Blue. Now, granted, I've done my fair share of cutting Hula Blue as Gravekeeper here in the NAU server in tournaments. And you can get very darn close to a 3-star Kai. But that is like assuming very good plays, basically perfection on your end as the Gravekeeper, and not getting outplayed by the Hunter. Alright. Any one of those things goes wrong, and you could be looking at a pretty bad kite as Gravekeeper against Hula Blue. It really takes one to know a Gravekeeper main. So if you don't play Gravekeeper often, this could be a very hard matchup for you. In this case, they're just going to play it safe and put Gravekeeper at boat. Would I go this route if I was playing the Gravekeeper? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think I would tell my team to spawn me big boat, but I totally get it. Honestly, I feel like Logs also would do the job. Shaq, I think, would do the job. There's so many pallets that sure they can use with the shovel. Honestly, I feel like maybe Gravekeeper could have spawned, you know, to the right. Or, you know, at Shaq. I don't know if Big Bow is necessary, but I mean, it's fine. Play it safe how you like it. But in either case here, guys, we're going to be going into the first half of round 3. Going right into it. Hula Baloo going right after, who is this? Looks like the Matador. Interesting. Matador is going to be taking the first chase immediately here, starting off with a window vault here. Matador choosing to completely leave Shaq here to not risk any hits with the clone right here. It's going to take one color. Fast pallet breaking Hula Blue. I think that's 30% faster pallet breaking, not the full 40%. Hard to say for sure, though. I'm pretty sure that's the 30%. Right here, we'll see another pallet break. Yeah, that doesn't look like full pallet breaking. Maybe, I'm going to say 30. Pretty sure he has 30 pallet percent. Wow, right here, not going to get the damage here. And Matador already has his ability. Oh, but he had to use his boost 2 times by now. Okay, right here, the Hunter smartly. Oh my goodness! Running into him. That's not good. Okay, but still can't use the white because otherwise he'll look at the palette. Getting an insane double color right here. And oh my goodness, Hula Blue is an absolute menace if you get caught out in the wrong area. Just complete back-to-back-to-back hits right there. Also, the red apron ability, the Gunera pass right there being used on the pallet didn't work out there because the wall was actually blocking his way. Right here, Meteorologist forced to use the cloud very early. What a great jump from the Hula Blue there, I will say. Forcing out a cloud, and it's going to make her also have to rescue right here. She doesn't have tie turner. We might see a double down here. We could see a double down here. This is not looking good. This is looking very bad. And the Matador managed to get double colors there in the process. This is just what Hula Blue feeds off of. This could be Act's way of getting back in this game, honestly. This could be the 4-man kill they're looking for. It's doable, but, oh man, Matador is just so infuriating. And he misses both the clones, unfortunately. Right here, tries to go for it one more time. Does finally get the hit, and he's just 5% of the way from his next Gunera pass ability to place on top of windows and pallets. Now, we saw how well the first one went. It really depends. You have to use it wisely. You really have to be careful when you use it. So right here, we're going to see the Gravekeeper go for the rescue here. Already in a bad position, honestly. This is not good. Dude, Hula Blue full presence against Gravekeeper. Look at this. He's going to get a color here. Wow, but the Meteorologist support. Already think about it ahead of time. Helping him out ahead of time before it's too late. Now this is where the damage starts rolling in, though. Thankfully, though, that Meteorologist support is going to allow the Gravekeeper to get away without taking 2 hits. And now, what a great Gunera pass ability. Now, going to use the main ability. It's honestly criminal that Matador is getting this many abilities this game when he didn't even kite for that long to begin with. But right here, going to be very hard to deal with this situation here because of the fact that when the clone hits, if you're in range of the main body color, even if the main body's behind a pallet, if you're inside the color and the clone hits you, then the main body color also counts. So there's just no way to dodge that besides dodging the clone like a feaster tentacle, which you could do. You can totally do that. And right here, we're going to see a heal happen here. Just enough time to get 1 heal, I believe, off. But right here, Gravekeeper is going to immediately need to use the shovel. The good news is that he keeps some of it. Gray Wind right here from the Meteorologist. Right as he uses his clone, so that clone goes to complete waste. Gonna use the Broken Windows boost right here. Critical, absolutely game-changing that she had this Broken Windows here. Able to get out of this awful area and go to a different area that can help support her needs. But the problem is that she's just going to take an immediate color hit after that, and now there's just no way to survive. Why is he charge attacking? Ooh, that was a little bit uncomfy. She actually did walk out of the white, but then you guys see that the main body white was on her. So even though the clone hit her with black because the main body was white on her, it was just a hit. And now, I will say the decode is really bad. Now, this is not necessarily their fault. It's just that Meteorologist couldn't survive there after the first rescue, which really put their decode behind, having to work on a Cypher machine when they're already midway on the next rescue. Great rescue there from the Gravekeeper, by the way, boosting away. Also going to result in a damageless rescue. This could be their chance at redeeming this match and making sure it doesn't turn into a 4-man. That is huge. That is huge, the fact that Gravekeeper got this rescue damageless, because now this game's not over. Bad news? He doesn't have any more shovels left. That shovel has 1% durability left on it. Ooh, but the Hula Blue, scared that the Cypher's almost done, is just going to go teleport on it. Honestly, if he didn't teleport on it, he might have just been able to kill that that person right here, that Meteorologist. But I guess he didn't want to take that chance. He didn't want to take that risk, and he's just going to go for the teleport. Ooh, interesting. You can use the pallet while inside the boost? I didn't know that. That is really cool. That is really cool. I wonder if that has any, like, intrinsic strategic value, because, let's be honest, she kind of wasted most of it. So not the best value, but it is very interesting that you can do that. Anyway, this is not good. This is not a great situation to be in. Oh my goodness, wait, is Gravekeeper sneaking a rescue? Gravekeeper just sneaked right through! Bro, what a crazy rescue right here. And Gravekeeper for the last time. Ooh, he cannot be giving this free health rescues to the Gravekeeper. Now, thankfully, he immediately knocks her down. So, It's not so bad, but look at accelerated decode here. Accelerated decode is making them catch up so fast on the cyber machine. Is it going to be fast enough, though? No, he does get seen. Oh, but a pallet stun from hell right there. Going to make sure that he doesn't take the damage here immediately. He needs to... Oh, I thought he was going to use the shovel to boost forward. Right here, he needs to avoid the double color. What a great dodge right there. Predicting it, dodging out the way, letting the swing happen, and then moving out the way. But sadly, it's just not enough. Psychologist is going to go down here before we can get the Cypher primed, and that's going to be it for the Psychologist. The last target is going to be the Gravekeeper here. He does have borrowed time, and they're just going to go ahead and pop it. They're not going to waste any time. They're not going to let the Hunter farm up any more jumps here, because he could have farmed more jumps. But yeah, this is looking like a pretty quick knockdown here, all things considered, for ZZ9 right here. I don't think there's a whole lot he can do about it. This is basically like a feast or tentacle situation right here, but with Hula Baloo and a lot more, what's the word? Responsive than a feast or tentacle too. You don't need to look at it to see it, but I mean, this is not looking guaranteed right now. He doesn't have eyes on the meteorologist. This meteorologist just played this Hula Baloo for a fool right now, and it's kind of funny because he is a fool. He works at a circus. What's his excuse, guys? He's a fool. But anyway, he's not in a good shape here, honestly. He's not in good shape here. This 4-man kill is not secured. It is not secured by any means, and he just used his teleport. He's not going to see another teleport this game. He needs to kill this Gravekeeper. He needs to travel on foot. I think Gravekeeper just accepts his death right now and is just trying to make sure that he gets chaired as far away as possible from his teammate. Ooh, and this chair's already used, so he's not going to be able to immediately travel. I guess he has hospitality, though, while carrying people in balloons, so it's not a big deal. Wait, but the meteorologist never got a chance to start the gaze, so honestly, he could actually beat her to the gate if she does the gate. What's her choice here? What's her move? I think he's just gonna go for dungeon here. Hula Baloo has no idea where the dungeon is, it seems like. If he did, he wouldn't be checking these spots. But yeah, I think he's just gonna hope that she's at the gate at this point. He's just gonna hope for it. He's searching for dungeon. Dungeon's not here either. Dungeon's at the boat. And yeah, that's gonna be a dungeon escape. They definitely needed this. They definitely needed this one escape here. They don't want to let Act get ahead. And like I said, Act needed that 4-man. He got so close, but he didn't manage to get it, unfortunately. Very, very close. Good showing from Act right there. Very good Hula Baloo, I will say. Very good Hula Baloo. Just back-to-back-to-back damage on that first K was really, really strong. And very good stuff. But it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough in the end, unfortunately. It's so obnoxious how, even though that Matador went down in like a less than average kite time, he was still able to get so many abilities out. You basically get 4 of those abilities and then 2 abilities that you can drop on a powder window. You basically get 6 of those. And that's assuming you never leave him. If you even leave him for just a little, now he's going to recharge those abilities, and you might be looking at like 5 or 6 uses of that ability in a single game. It is absolutely insane that that's an infinite ability. That's criminal that ability is infinite. But yeah, gonna go down there relatively quickly there. Hula Baloo getting a great double hit, great damage on the Matador, keeping up with the colors right there. It was just, what was it in the end, honestly? Honestly, I think in the end there, it was just that he couldn't keep up the pressure. He couldn't keep the knockdowns going. He lost a lot of tempo after that teleport on the Cypher machine. He lost a lot of it giving up a brand new chair. Also, those free rescues really hurt. The free rescues really hurt, I would say. You know what? The free rescues were probably the nail in the coffin there. They just allowed the Gravekeeper to get so many rescues off than he should have. Because realistically speaking, someone at half, like when your team is 2 people half health and then 1 person full health, you guys are looking at 1 rescue realistically. But instead, that Gravekeeper did 3. He did 3 rescues. That's how valuable his full health was. that he just had the luxury to go for a rescue every single time because the hunter never was able to get damage on him. If he got damage on him, even if he got damage on him on just the first rescue on the psychologist, because yeah, like he teleports away and then the psychologist gets rescued by the gravekeeper. If he can manage to get that gravekeeper either half health or better yet a knockdown, that game would have been GG. That was a GG game at that point. Even without teleport, even if the psychologist just pops, there's no way she'd be able to pop before the guy gets chaired, before the meteorologist gets chaired. Or who was getting chased? Sorry, I don't remember who was getting chased there. Before the meteorologist gets chaired and then the gravekeeper gets chaired, there's no time. There's no time for it. And even if he doesn't double hit the gravekeeper and immediately knock down the meteorologist, that's still someone who's going to get knocked down before they can make the rescue. And that's assuming... that's not even counting the fact that when gravekeeper gets injured, because of Hullabaloo full presence, he's going to be injured. And leave behind one color on him. So realistically, Hullabaloo only needs 2 colors, which just makes it that much easier to beat him before he can make the rescue. Like, yeah, they'll pop, right? The survivors will pop, and then he makes the rescue, but very likely, if the Hullabaloo is worth his money, he's going to get probably a double down, or not a double down, but another hit on someone immediately, another knockdown, and then he'll chase the other person. And that might give him just enough time to teleport on the game and maybe get a 4-man. But the fact that he got that free rescue, not just once but twice, it really made a difference to that game. It really meant that they just had someone to keep rescuing non-stop. And finally, when he finally did end up going down, when he finally did end up taking the half health hit, it was too late. The Cybers were already primed. I mean, I guess in the end, the meteorologist did die before the Cybers were primed. But it made the game a lot riskier because of those missed potential damage on the rescuer. And also the fact that now he doesn't have the gravekeeper right under his feet. He had to spend time chasing the meteorologist, chairing her on her last chair. And by then the gravekeeper's already very far away, right? So not extremely far away, but just enough time to make it difficult to choose. Do you teleport away from the chair or do you teleport on the gate? Like, that made it very difficult. Like, the fact that he wasn't able to have everyone close to him constantly made it a lot more difficult for him. Like, now, do you teleport to the gate? Do you not teleport after you chair Gravekeeper? The fact that you weren't able to immediately get Gravekeeper knocked down because of the fact that you couldn't damage him earlier, because then you had to spend time chasing the meteorologist, chair the meteorologist, then the Cyrus Prime. Like, if only he had gotten damage on that Gravekeeper sooner. That was the only thing that... I mean, I guess you could always say a lot of things make a difference, but that was like the biggest thing. Those free rescues really hurt. Especially the one on the meteorologist the second time. That was... Ooh, that one really hurt. That one really stung, because they literally just walked right past the hunter. What happened on the first free rescue? How was the... Oh, yeah, it wasn't free at all. He just did a great, like, boost with a shovel forward and got the rescue off, and then the hunter didn't have any clones remaining to, like, easily chase him and the meteorologist. So hunter had to choose. Do you try to damage the rescue with your one clone left, or do you try to immediately chair the meteorologist? And he went for the meteorologist, but on top of that, he didn't even immediately knock her down. So it's not like he could go immediately after the Gravekeeper. So, a little bit unfortunate there. Could have been better for sure. Anyway, we're going to be going into the second half of round 3 here to give you guys an idea of what is necessary. Act, or what's his name? Act needed a 4-man. So, for them not to lose this matchup. Now that the hunter on Axe side did not get a 4-man kill, even though he was really close, he did not get it. Now, the survivors need a 4-man. That's what's going on here. So now they need a 4-man, which is so sad because they could win this match and their hunter just won the match, and they're still going to lose this by 1 point because of the fact that Dow 5 got a 4-man kill earlier. The fact that he got that 4-man kill means that now 2 wins are not enough. You're still going to be a point behind. So yeah, they're going to need a 4-man here. Because of the fact that they're a hunter, they just need a 4-man at some point during this game 3. During this round 3, they need it at some point. They didn't get it from the hunter. Now they absolutely need it from the survivor side, and it's not a choice. That's why we're seeing the Embalmer here. Maybe get like a clutch dungeon or gate. We're seeing some support with the forward. Meteorologist just very good. You guys saw how good Meteorologist was good. They're just randomly pushing the Hunter when the Gravekeeper was looking at a very dangerous rescue there. Great coordination, by the way, that the Gravekeeper identified that he's going to need help. And so he called for help before it was too late. Because he knew, I mean, I know, just from playing Gravekeeper against Hulu enough times that I know that what was about to happen there was a double hit in colors inside the shovel, followed by a double hit on the body, followed up by a regular hit, followed up by lots of damage on him before he can get away. Like, yes, he'll probably get the rescue off after the second hit, but then that's not enough time to get away from the third hit. And so, in either case, really good push from the Meteorologist there. Absolutely clutched that rescue up from being a double down there. Because if they got double down there, that also would have been a 4-man. A lot of ways that game could have become a 4-man right there. So yeah, good work from the team of Dow 5. Hey, they might have lost, but they made sure that they do not get 4-man. They did their job. They did their job, and that was the number one thing. Just do not get 4-man. And they did it. Barely. Took a dungeon escape and just slowly waiting out the chair and hoping you don't get found. But they did it. They damn did it. And right here now we're going to see Act having to play very risky. Pharaoh Lady, forward, Embalmer. I think the Pharaoh Lady might just be to help counter... Oh wow, the Hunter Banner Escapologist round 1. But I mean, QS Ball with the guaranteed suck. The fact that every 18 seconds you're guaranteed to suck somebody. And yeah, regressing those ciphers constantly is going to make it very hard to actually get the ciphers done in the first place before one guy dies. Very cool animation, by the way, right there. I really like how like the devs take the time to hire animators to make like these 3D models. And like give them brand new unique animations. Because these characters used to not have unique animations when they showed them on the stage like this. But now every time you pick a survivor, they have a unique animation, which low-key, that makes me sad, because that means we're never going to see what the animations of like half the survivors are going to be. Like, they hired animators in case any like top tier player ever picks the survivor. Like, bro, I feel bad for the animators the past 6 years who have been making animations for Doctor, just for Doctor to never ever get picked. Right? And now that Doctor is finally getting picked, it's like, oh, finally the Doctor animators finally are getting some representation over here for their Doctor, right? But now there's other survivors. Like, bro, we're probably never going to see Thief's animation. He better be slapping his booty cheeks. That better be his animation. Anyway, because Thief has a slapping his booty cheeks emote, basically. Anyway, Act needs to go for a 4-man here. Dow 5 Hunter just needs 1 kill, and Dow 5 wins. I think QS is a pretty fine pick here, all things considered. Going QS here, especially with Insolence and having that suck vault readily available. Also, it's just a great counter against Forward as well, because now if Forward ever tries to stun in balloons, you just put the suck ball on top of the survivor, and these survivors are in a world of hurt. So if we take a look at the builds here, Embalmer with Sui, Tide, Forward with... or Meteorologist and Forward with Tide, and Pharaoh Lady with just the broken windows. So we'll see how this match goes here. It's going to be all up to Act to get a 4-man. They're going to need to work as a team to get this one done, and let's see if they can do it. All right. Going into last match here. This is either a do or die right here. Either they win with a 4-man or they lose not getting the 4-man. It's one or the other. Gonna chase the Pharaoh Lady here. Got to be very careful that he's not getting backtracked on. Keeping his eyes behind him. Very important. Keep that in mind when going after Pharaoh Lady. Now, it looks like it's not going to matter because that was all just bait. Yep, sight guys. That was all just bait. He was purposely letting the ciphers gain some progress because he's just going to regress them all anyway. So it looks like that's going to be a strategy here. Interesting angle. I thought he would be going to Docs, but nope, he's just going to be going to Shaq instead. His teammates are communicating with him. That's not even going to reach the Cypher, though. Maybe not the best, but this is the best target, to be fair. Definitely, you'd rather not chase the forward. Like, yeah, you regress forward, Cypher Machine, but then forward's not a good chase target. So right here, we're going to see this Embalmer take a great window boost into the pallet. And now he's kind of stuck on the bad side of the wall, though. And right here, baiting the flywheel. We're not going to see a flywheel. And going to take the hit. Now he has Insolence up. Insolence giving that 1,000 presence. And now it's going to be very difficult to kite out QS, because now he has that 1,000 suck ball. And, I mean, he flywheeled out the way, but what's the point if you're just going to flywheel in the open? There's honestly, frankly, no point even flywheeling there, because of the fact that even if you manage to get to a window or pallet, he can just move the suck ball wherever he wants and block that off too. So probably would have been better to just flywheel in that position, save the flywheel in that position. But because think about it, they're going to need a foreman. Nothing else is going to do. You may as well save your resource. You can't just be playing for every single mere second. You're going to need a crazy play here. Something better than that. Right here, getting the full value out of the 8-second movement, like invincibility, I should say, from the coffin. And gets immediately suckballed. I mean, there's not a whole lot to do here. The worst part about this is that they are nowhere close to the Cyphers. They have 45, 70, and 2%. Now, they are gradually picking up some decode here, but it's coming at the cost of one of their Cyphers. Fair Lady is siphoning a Cypher right here in order to get that done. I suppose she realizes that the Cypher is going to get regressed here, so she's just stealing the progress before the progress is lost, which I guess makes sense. Right here, going to go for the suck. Doesn't get it. The Qs, I think, got scared that he made the rescue and then swung and hit the chair. And right here, going to go right into the suck ball. By the way, you can actually make the rescue before the suck ball actually hits you, by the way. So that forward was just a little bit late right there. If you rescued a little bit sooner, you actually would be able to get the suck ball right there before the rescue. But honestly, if anything, it's actually a good thing, in my opinion, he didn't. Because then if the forward gets suckballed, then Bomber immediately gets hit right there. So I mean, that's going to be it. Dow5 got the 1 kill here that they needed. Now it's all up to bragging rights to see how many more kills he can get after this one. Gonna regress the Cypher a little bit more. That 10%. Oh no, 10% is the other one. 22%. Yeah, we're gonna regress at 22% down to... Oh no, Shaq had no progress. Never mind. Nothing regressed. Yeah, that's ever going to regress down from 25 or 22% to 10%. Forward going to have to take the kite here. Everyone is full health, though. They're in a pretty strong position to tie this. He is going to... Ooh, that's not great. That's a pretty big miss on the suck ball. Oh! Oh, that was close. Almost had him right there. Oh, I would feel bad if he got hit right there. But yeah, committing all that football. Barely not getting hit. Forward has no more football left. So that's going to be the it. Does not dodge the wind there. Gets hit by the wind. Is going to be forced to chase someone else now because he has no more speed up. The fact that everyone is also full health means that QS gains minimum value every single time someone goes, every time he goes in the ball. Man, this Pharaoh Lady's infinite ability is really causing a headache. Because he just got this out earlier. Now she just has another one. Right here, he has to play smart. She's standing still. What a troll. What a troll, dude. She's standing still, and then... What an old classic. Typical Pharaoh Lady classic right there. Oh my god. Did he even get the invisibility out? I think, yep. Yep, she gained half of her invisibility back right there because she lost her heartbeat. Wow. Pretty big mistake there going backwards on the line. It was on accident, of course. He didn't mean to. But that's going to cost him some time on the chase right here. Now she's going to be that much closer to her next ability right here. Going to put the suck ball on the Cypher right here. Preemptively put one single cue ball on top of the Cypher so that he can just put a suck ball on it anytime he wants to prevent it from being decoded. Very smart, of course. But now they do have another Cypher being worked on. That Cypher just went from 72 to 60. So they honestly... You're gonna need another cipher. The trick to QS is working on 3 ciphers, because it's easy enough to block 2. Right here, he's just gonna block 1. He could still block no, he doesn't have cue balls left. He doesn't have anything left to block anything else. In fact, he doesn't even have the cue balls for movement either. He's just gonna walk on foot here. He does the exact same thing, unfortunately, going backwards. It's not that hard to hit, but I guess it happens sometimes. And then right here, Nisa dodged the wind. How does that hit? Those aren't hitting when I'm playing Meteorologist. Wow, criminal. Absolutely criminal that hits. Right here, needs to avoid the pallet stun. Does avoid the pallet stun. Gets to hit as well. I mean, that's nice and all, but the Cyber's about to pop, and I don't see a reason why not to pop it. Yep, definitely pop it. Before he regresses it, before he puts a suck ball on it, right on time too. Whoo, you see how fast that suck ball is? I'm telling you, suck ball speed needs to be nerfed. Oh! Ooh, not gonna get it. He thought she's doing the same thing. He thought she's doing the same thing where she's standing in place. And right here, dodge to the side before swinging. Very smart on her end. Knowing that the hunter can't see where she is, so he's more likely to just go for a YOLO swing. Right here, Gao right here getting on 100-second kite here with Fair Lady. Finally taking a hit, but it's only a tie. It's only a tie. But he only needed a tie. 1 kill. So, just a tie. But great showcase right here from Dow5 here, working together as a team, as a survivor, to ensure they do not get a 4-man elimination, followed by Dow5 picking a strong mobility hunter to just chase whoever he wants, who he sees fit. Wait, Act 1? Wait, bro, what happened? What happened? I totally forgot. I totally spaced out on the points. I totally spaced out on the points. Who got the 5? Who got the 4-man? Oh my god. Oh my god, dog. This gotta be the most embarrassing. I'd be getting fired on the spot. This was like an actual job. Ah, boy. Dow 5 needs 3k or Act wins by rounds. No, wait, it goes by rounds after round 3? This whole time I've been saying it doesn't go by rounds after. Okay. I'd like to see the score one more time. I guess we'll go to the live section and hopefully they show the score one more time. The final score, I mean. But by the way, I just want to make this clear. There's no such thing as winning by rounds after round 2. That's not a thing after round 2. It's confusing, I know, but only round 1 and round 2 go by rounds. By round win. If you go into a round 3, it is always by points. I mean, prove me wrong here. We're about to see, but I'm pretty sure it's because of points. It does not go by total rounds. It has to be round 1 and round 2. That's the only time they go by round win. So if you win round 1 and then you win round 2, then yes, then it goes by rounds, right? If you get more points both those rounds, even if technically you could make a comeback in round 3, it doesn't matter, right? Let's say your hunter tied and you guys lost, and then your hunter tied again in round 2 and you guys lost. Technically, your hunter could in theory get a 4-man and bring all those points back, technically. But then you'd win by rounds, right? So that never exists. But after round 2, you don't go by rounds anymore. You go by points. There's no such thing as going by rounds anymore. You go by points. I mean, I guess technically points and rounds are the same thing, because if you have more points, you must have won more rounds. Wait, what? This is a rule? They changed this. Seriously? They changed this? What? Wow. Bro, I got no words. I got no words. You're seriously? What is this bullcrap? Is this some actual bullcrap over here? What happened? Tie, and then their survivors 3 escaped. Okay. But then Dow5 4 killed them. Dude, seriously? It goes by win rounds? That's not the rule set I'm used to. Wow. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow, so at any point, anyone could just win in round 3? By rounds? Man. Wait, this is kind of bullcrap. Oh shoot, so we did need that 3-man. Just to tie up the game 3, make it even in this round 3. He needs a 4-man to make up for Axe, or not a 4-man, but he needs a 3 kill to make up for Axe 3 kills, and then they would win by points. Seriously? Wow. Nah, it's fair. They won 2 rounds. Dow5 won 1. Okay, but that's your opinion. Dog, that's your opinion. I mean, I did say that I feel like that 2 wins are better than one 4-man, but this is not 2 wins. This is 1 win. I mean, I guess the other win was here in game 1, but 2 wins versus 1 4-man. I guess I did say 2 wins are better than 1 4-man. I just meant in like a different scenario, not like in 2 different sets like this. Wow. And the rest were just cheesy ties. When I said 2 wins, I meant like in the same round. Like, I guess it doesn't matter though, because in the end the points, man. Wow. Like, yeah, I did say that 2 wins are better than, in my opinion, 2 wins are better than 1 4-man, but I meant like back to back. Like Hunter 4-man followed by Hunter 3 killed followed by Survivor 3 escaped. But this was just the Hunter 3 killing 2 times. Survivors just went for cheesy ties after that. This was the Hunter. The Hunter got this 3. This is the Hunter icon. He got this 3. He killed 3 people. And then he got 3 killed people over here. It's a lot more impressive to get a win as a survivor than as a Hunter. It's kind of silly. But I guess part of the reason is I've just gotten so used to the old rule set that now when someone like to me says, oh, someone won in 2 rounds, Dow5 only won 1, that's like a very 5v5 mentality. Like, yeah, technically if we're going by individual rounds, that's basically 5v5, right? You essentially play 3 different matches and you're just looking at the result of each one individually, right? And then if you can't make a determination from that, maybe too many ties or something like that, then you go off of like a number of escapes, right? And then add up the points, right? But that's a very 5v5 method of way of thinking about it. And I do remember the first time I found out about like the rule set, how it's no longer goes after wins. Like I'm just a little bit annoyed because I have lost tournament matches where you do not go by rounds 1 after round 3. So this is a little bit infuriating to me that they still went by 3 rounds when my team have won 2 rounds and the opponent only won 1 round and we lost anyway because it goes by points after round 3. That's why I'm a little bit upset about this. Like that is not consistent. Like, why are we changing the rules? Like, you know, I lost a tournament based off this, right? Like, right, devs? Whoever made these rules? I got no words, dude. I actually have like no words. Well, these were always the rules. Well, maybe for IVT. I guess I don't know the IVT rules. But the rules that I'm familiar with here in NAU, they go by points after round 3. You gotta be specific. What rules are we talking about? I'm talking about NAU rules, how it goes. I mean, I'm not familiar with IVT. Was IVT always like this? I don't understand why IVT would be different from KOA, though. Why would they make it different from KOA? I don't understand. Or is KOA also like this now? What I can tell you for a fucking fact, the rules were not always the same. Depending on your region, I can tell you for a fact I have lost games because these were not the rules. If it was the rules always, then I would have won the tournament match. And I remember specifically learning about this stupid point system and how it's not based off rounds because of that rule. So no, the rules weren't always like that. Unless you're talking about IVT, in which case I don't know. Because I don't play an IVT for China. I don't know. I think this is a little bit ridiculous to me. Although I do think the system is probably a little bit better, but I don't know that. I mean, I guess I like it because it is ridiculous that a 4-man would decide the whole fate of the match, right? But no, as far as I know, these were not always the rules. Maybe they were always the rules in IVT, but they definitely weren't always the rules in American tournaments. As far as I know, because I've lost tournament matches because of these specific. The difference between this, the way you go about rounds here versus points, this choice after game 2 changes outcomes. Like, this is the difference between Dow 5 winning and Act winning. And yeah, Act wins this one, apparently. Alright. Well, this system is probably better. It's just annoying that it's not consistent. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for today from me. If you guys would like to, you can go ahead and check out the next matchup. It's going to be GG versus TE. Very good teams, by the way. TE, of course, very, very good Survivor team. Shame we can't watch them. But yeah, I'm going to go to bed, guys. If someone wants to explain in the comments or right now, was this always a rule in IVT? Was this always a rule in IVT, or is this new? Because I don't know who to believe at this point. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for today. If you enjoyed today's live stream, be sure to check out which match are you referring to? What match? With your experience, it was years ago. It was years ago. I can't tell you exactly which one. But it's a rule. It's been a rule. It's been a rule for a long time. As far as I know, it was still a rule in the previous tournament, no? Pretty sure that's how the last tournament worked as well. I know, I guess I never got to that point, so I never had to ask. It was a long time ago, it was years ago. The point is the rules changed, okay? It doesn't matter when. Always implies always, right? Date does not matter. Either way. A little bit sad, because that means I lost for no reason. Brother, come on. Anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for watching today's stream. We're going to come back tomorrow with the next two matchups. For IVL. So be sure to join in, guys. Thank you so much for joining in for today's stream. In the meantime, you can always watch my regular ranked streams in the NAU server from 20 to 22 EST time zone on Tuesdays and 13 to 15 time zone, which is in the afternoon, on Thursdays. So if you guys enjoy that, if you guys like watching me, please go ahead and check out my YouTube channel where I post my own gameplay, my own guides on the game. If you guys want to get better, that's a great way to start. In the meantime, though, I will see you guys out. I'll see you tomorrow in the same time, evening time, nighttime, wherever you are in the world, for more IVL matches. Thank you guys so much for joining, and I'll see you guys later. Take care. This has been Psyche. Peace out, everybody.